Hi everyone, welcome. Welcome back to the channel. I'm so excited to be doing this reading for you today. We're diving deep into, what goes through their mind, a sleep reading. So we're gonna be looking at what they're thinking about when they're drifting off, those late night thoughts. This is a safe space, so whether it's someone you know, someone you're thinking about, or even just a general energy, let's see what the universe wants to show us. Now, this reading is extra special because we're tapping into the subconscious, those thoughts that might not even be fully formed when they're awake. It's like a little peek behind the curtain. It could be about love, career, anything really. I've already prepped everything to make this as insightful as possible, so let's get started. For our piles today, we have 4 gorgeous crystals, each with its own unique vibe. First up is the carnelian butterfly, representing flowing thoughts, those fleeting ideas that just flutter by. Then we have the selenite heart, all about unspoken desires, those things their heart truly yearns for. Next is the black obsidian tower, representing hidden worries, the anxieties lurking beneath the surface. And finally, we have the labradorite tree, symbolizing rooted beliefs, the core values that shape who they are. So take a deep breath, clear your mind, and see which crystal you're most drawn to. There's no pressure at all. Trust your intuition. It knows best. Maybe one just pops out at you, or maybe you need to check a few, and that is totally okay too. Whenever you're watching this, just take a moment to make a wish on this intention. Really focus on what you want to know or understand about this person's thoughts. Believe in your intuition. Now, go ahead and pick your pile, and let's uncover some hidden truths together. Hey there, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you chose the carnelian butterfly, get ready, because this reading is going to be all about those fleeting thoughts, those little mental whispers that just flutter by, unbidden and unrestrained, just like the butterfly itself, always in motion, always flowing, which is so much like what carnelian represents. So with this crystal representing flow, this reading is here to help you understand the thoughts that are, going through someone else's mind. Okay, so diving right in, we have the 8 of Swords, we have the Hermit, and then we have the 6 of Cups. So right off the bat, what I'm seeing is someone who feels incredibly trapped, but is also really needing to withdraw and connect with the past. So let's unpack this right. Let's really get into what's going on in their mind. Okay, the 8 of Swords, this card. It's never fun, is it? It's all about feeling stuck, feeling like you're in a prison. But here's the thing. Often, the prison is in your own mind. It's those self-imposed limitations, the beliefs that you can't do something, or that you're not good enough, or that everyone's judging you, It's like you're blindfolded and tied up, but the ropes are actually loose, and you could just step out of them if you really wanted to. But the fear, the anxiety, it just keeps you rooted in place. So, What could be trapping this person? What's creating this feeling of being so utterly stuck? Well, it could be a number of things, right? It could be a situation at work, like maybe they feel like they're in a dead-end job, or that their boss is constantly on their back, and they just can't see a way out. Or, maybe it's a relationship, a romantic relationship, or even a friendship where they feel suffocated, like they can't be themselves, like they're constantly walking on eggshells. Or, and this is a big one, it could be something internal, like a deep-seated fear of failure or a lack of self-worth that's holding them back from pursuing their dreams. And sometimes these things are so subtle, so ingrained in our thinking, that we don't even realize they're there. It's like we've been wearing these mental shackles for so long, we don't even remember what it feels like to be free. We just accept it as the norm, as just the way things are. But that's not true, right? That's absolutely not true. We all have the power to break free from those limitations, to rewrite our own stories. But it takes awareness, it takes courage, and it takes a willingness to challenge those limiting beliefs. I think it's important to remember here that the swords represent thoughts, right? So this isn't necessarily about a physical situation, although it could be reflected in their physical reality. More likely, this is about their mindset. The thoughts that are swirling around in their head, creating this feeling of being trapped. And with the theme of fleeting thoughts, it's like these anxious thoughts are just constantly bombarding them, one after another, reinforcing that feeling of being stuck. It's a vicious cycle, honestly. The more they think about how trapped they are, the more trapped they feel. And the more trapped they feel, the more those anxious thoughts just keep coming. It's like they're stuck in a mental loop, replaying the same negative scenarios over and over again. And it's exhausting, right? It's absolutely exhausting. It drains your energy, it sucks your joy, and it makes it really hard to see any kind of hope for the future. So, what's the key here? How do they break free from this mental prison? Well, the first step is awareness, right? Recognizing that they're even in a prison in the first place. And that can be really hard, especially if they've been there for a long time. But once they start to see those patterns, those negative thought loops, they can start to challenge them. They can start to ask themselves, is this really true? Is this belief actually serving me? Or is it just holding me back? And sometimes the answer is yes. It is true, at least to some extent. But even then, they can still challenge the intensity of the belief. They can ask themselves, okay, maybe this is true, but is it always true? Is it true in every situation? Or are there exceptions? And the more they challenge those beliefs, the more they start to weaken their hold, the more they start to create space for new, more positive beliefs to take root. It's like they're slowly chipping away at the walls of their prison, one thought at a time. And eventually, those walls will crumble, and they'll be free to step out into the light. Now, I'm also getting a sense that this feeling of being trapped might be connected to a fear of the unknown, you know. Like, maybe they're afraid to make a change, even if they know it would be good for them, because they're afraid of what might happen. They're afraid of failing. They're afraid of being judged. They're afraid of losing what they already have, even if what they have isn't really making them happy. It's like they're standing at a crossroads, and one path leads to freedom, to a life that's more aligned with their true selves. But it's also a path that's filled with uncertainty, with risks, with the potential for failure. And the other path, the one they're already on, is familiar. It's comfortable, it's safe, but it's also stifling, it's limiting, it's keeping them from reaching their full potential. And, you know, it's understandable to be afraid of the unknown, right? It's human nature. But the thing is, the greatest growth, the greatest joy, the greatest fulfillment in life often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones, from taking risks, from embracing the unknown. It's like that saying, a ship is safe in harbor, but that's not what ships are built for. So, if this person is feeling trapped by a fear of the unknown, what can they do? Well, one thing they can do is to start small, right? They don't have to make a huge, drastic change overnight. They can start by taking small steps, by experimenting, by trying new things, by pushing themselves just a little bit outside of their comfort zone. And the more they do that, the more they'll build their confidence, the more they'll realize that they can handle whatever comes their way. And the more they realize that, the less afraid they'll be of the unknown, and the more willing they'll be to take bigger risks, to pursue their dreams, to create the life they truly want. Another thing that could be contributing to this feeling of being trapped is a sense of obligation, you know. Like maybe they feel like they have to stay in a certain situation or fulfill a certain role because other people are depending on them. Maybe they feel like they have to take care of their family or support their friends or meet certain expectations that have been placed upon them. And, you know, it's admirable to want to help others, to want to be there for the people you care about. But it's also important to remember that you can't pour from an empty cup. You can't take care of others if you're not taking care of yourself first. And sometimes, the most loving thing you can do for others is to set boundaries, to say no, to prioritize your own needs and your own well-being. It's not selfish to take care of yourself. It's necessary. It's like if you're on an airplane and the oxygen masks drop down. You're supposed to put your own mask on first before helping others. Because if you don't, you'll pass out, and then you won't be able to help anyone. It's the same with life. You have to take care of yourself first so that you have the energy, the resources, and the clarity to help others effectively. So if this person is feeling trapped by a sense of obligation, they need to start setting boundaries. They need to start saying no to things that drain their energy or compromise their values. And they need to start prioritizing their own needs and their own well-being. It's not going to be easy, especially if they're used to putting others first. But it's essential for their own happiness and fulfillment. And, sometimes people will get upset when you start setting boundaries. They might accuse you of being selfish or of not caring about them. But you have to remember that their reaction is about them, not about you. You're not responsible for their feelings. You're only responsible for your own actions and your own boundaries. And if they truly care about you, they'll eventually understand and respect your boundaries. And if they don't, then maybe they're not the kind of people you want in your life anyway. It's like that saying, those who mind don't matter, and those who matter don't mind. Okay, so we've talked about the fear of the unknown. We've talked about the sense of obligation. What else could be contributing to this feeling of being trapped? Well, another possibility is that they're simply stuck in a rut, like they're doing the same things day in and day out, and they're not challenging themselves. They're not growing. They're not evolving. It's like they're on autopilot, just going through the motions, without really being present or engaged in their own lives. And that can be really depressing, right? It can make you feel like you're just wasting your time, like you're not living up to your full potential. So if this person is stuck in a rut, they need to shake things up. They need to try new things. They need to break out of their routine. They could take a class, or learn a new skill, or travel to a new place, or volunteer for a cause they care about. The key is to do something that challenges them, that excites them, that makes them feel alive. And it doesn't have to be something big or expensive. It could be something as simple as taking a different route to work, or trying a new restaurant, or reading a book on a topic they know nothing about. The point is to just step outside of their comfort zone, to expose themselves to new experiences, and to remind themselves that life is full of possibilities. And as they start to break out of their rut, they'll start to feel more energized, more motivated, and more hopeful about the future. They'll start to remember what it feels like to be alive, to be passionate, to be engaged in their own lives. And that will help them to break free from that feeling of being trapped and to create a life that's more fulfilling and meaningful. Okay, so that's the Eight of Swords, right? Feeling trapped, feeling limited, feeling like you can't escape. But remember, the prison is often in your own mind. You have the power to break free, to challenge those limiting beliefs, to embrace the unknown, to set boundaries, to break out of your rut, and to create a life that's more aligned with your true self. And it's about being aware of those fleeting thoughts, the ones that tell you you're stuck. Now, let's move on to the Hermit. Ah, the Hermit. Such a beautiful card, but also one that can be easily misunderstood. On the surface, it might seem like this person is just withdrawing from the world, isolating themselves, becoming a recluse. But that's not necessarily the case. The Hermit is about introspection, about going within, about seeking answers from within yourself, rather than from external sources. It's like, after feeling so trapped and bombarded by those anxious, fleeting thoughts, this person is realizing that they need to step back. They need to create some space. They need to disconnect from the noise and the chaos of the outside world so that they can hear their own inner voice. And that's a really important step, right? Because when you're constantly surrounded by noise, by other people's opinions, by the demands of everyday life, it's really hard to hear your own intuition, to connect with your own inner wisdom. You get so caught up in the external world that you forget who you are, what you want, and what you need. So the hermit is about taking that time to reconnect with yourself, to get clear on your values, your goals, and your priorities. It's about asking yourself the big questions like, what am I really passionate about? What am I really good at? What kind of life do I want to create? And it's not always easy, right? Sometimes those questions can be scary because they might lead you to realize that you're not living the life you truly want, that you're making choices that are not aligned with your true self. But it's important to be honest with yourself, to face those uncomfortable truths, because that's the only way you can start to make changes and create a life that's more authentic and fulfilling. Now, I mentioned earlier that the hermit can be easily misunderstood. And one of the biggest misconceptions is that it's about being lonely, about being isolated, about being antisocial. And while it's true that the hermit often spends time alone, that's not the primary focus of the card. The hermit is about choosing solitude, about intentionally creating space for yourself so that you can connect with your inner self. It's not about being forced into isolation or about being afraid of connecting with others. It's about recognizing that you need time alone to recharge, to reflect, and to gain clarity. And you know, we all need that, right? We all need time to ourselves, to disconnect from the world and reconnect with ourselves. It's like if you're constantly running around, doing things for others, and never taking time for yourself, you're going to burn out, you're going to get resentful, and you're not going to be able to be there for others in the way you want to. So the hermit is a reminder to prioritize your own needs, to schedule in some time for solitude, and to use that time to connect with your inner self, to recharge your batteries, and to gain clarity on your life path. But, and this is a big but, it's important to be mindful of the line between healthy solitude and unhealthy isolation. Because while it's important to spend time alone, it's also important to maintain connections with others, to have friends and family who support you, and to engage in activities that bring you joy and fulfillment. If you're spending too much time alone, if you're withdrawing from the world, if you're feeling lonely and disconnected, then that's a sign that you might be slipping into unhealthy isolation. And that can be just as detrimental as being constantly surrounded by noise and chaos. So, the key is to find a balance, to find a way to incorporate both solitude and connection into your life, to have time for yourself, to recharge and reflect, but also to have time for others, to share your experiences, and to feel supported and loved. Now, go going back to the Eight of Swords, I'm wondering if this period of introspection, this hermit energy, is a direct response to feeling so trapped. Like maybe this person felt so overwhelmed by the limitations and the anxieties of the Eight of Swords that they just had to withdraw. They had to escape. They had to find some peace and quiet. And that makes sense, right? When you're feeling trapped, when you're feeling like you can't escape, it's natural to want to retreat, to want to hide away from the world. But the hermit isn't just about escaping. It's about understanding, right? It's about going within to find the answers to your problems, to gain clarity on your life path, and to develop the inner strength and resilience you need to overcome challenges. So while this person might be withdrawing as a way to cope with the Eight of Swords energy, they're also doing it to learn, to grow, and to evolve. They're using this time of solitude to reflect on their experiences, to identify their limiting beliefs, and to develop a new perspective on their life. And that's really powerful, right? Because when you can change your perspective, when you can see things from a different angle, you can start to see new possibilities, new opportunities, and new solutions to your problems. It's like you're unlocking a secret door, and you're discovering a whole new world of potential. Now, with the theme of fleeting thoughts, I'm wondering if this person is struggling to quiet their mind during this period of solitude. Like, maybe they're trying to meditate, or journal, or just spend some time in nature. But those anxious thoughts just keep popping up, distracting them from their inner work. And that's a common challenge, right? It's hard to quiet the mind, especially when you're feeling stressed or anxious. But it's important to keep practicing, to keep trying different techniques, and to find what works best for you. Some people find that meditation helps them to quiet their mind, while others prefer journaling or spending time in nature or engaging in creative activities. The key is to find something that allows you to focus your attention, to calm your nervous system, and to connect with your inner self. And even if you can't completely quiet your mind, that's okay. The goal isn't to eliminate all thoughts. It's to learn how to observe them without getting carried away by them. It's to learn how to recognize those fleeting thoughts, to acknowledge them, and then to gently redirect your attention back to your breath, or to your meditation, or to whatever activity you're engaged in. And the more you practice that, the easier it will become. Eventually, you'll be able to quiet your mind more easily, and you'll be able to access that inner wisdom and clarity that the hermit represents. You'll be able to flow more easily, like the carnelian butterfly wants you to. Okay, so we've talked about the Eight of Swords, feeling trapped. We've talked about the hermit, withdrawing to find answers within. Now, let's move on to the Six of Cups. Ah, the Six of Cups, such a sweet, nostalgic card. This card is all about the past, about memories, about childhood, about innocence, about simple pleasures. It's like, while this person is feeling trapped in the present and withdrawing to find answers within, they're also being drawn back to the past, to memories of happier times, to feelings of comfort and security. And that can be really powerful, right? Because when you're feeling stressed or overwhelmed, it's natural to want to escape to a simpler time, to a time when you felt safe and loved. But the Six of Cups isn't just about escaping to the past. It's also about learning from the past, about recognizing the lessons you've learned, and about appreciating the blessings you've received. It's about connecting with your inner child, about remembering what it felt like to be carefree and joyful, and about bringing that sense of playfulness and wonder back into your life. Now, I'm wondering what specific memories are surfacing for this person. Are they remembering happy times with their family or with their friends? Are they remembering a time when they felt really creative or really passionate or really alive? Are they remembering a time when they felt truly loved and accepted for who they were? Whatever the specific memories are, they're likely providing this person with a sense of comfort, a sense of hope, and a sense of connection. They're reminding them that even though they're feeling trapped in the present, and even though they're struggling to find answers within, they've also experienced joy, love, and fulfillment in their life, and they're capable of experiencing those things again. But, and this is another big but, it's important to be mindful of the line between healthy nostalgia and unhealthy dwelling on the past. Because while it's helpful to remember the good times and to learn from the past, it's also important to live in the present and to focus on creating a better future. If you're spending too much time dwelling on the past, if you're constantly comparing the present to the past, if you're idealizing the past and ignoring the present, then that's a sign that you might be slipping into unhealthy nostalgia. And that can be just as detrimental as being constantly focused on the future and ignoring the present. So the key is to find a balance, to appreciate the past, to learn from the past, but also to live in the present and to focus on creating a better future. To remember the good times, but also to acknowledge the challenges you've faced and to recognize the growth you've experienced. Now, going back to the Eight of Swords and the Hermit, I'm wondering if these memories of the past are providing this person with a clue as to how to break free from their feeling of being trapped. Like, maybe they're remembering a time when they felt really confident, or really empowered, or really aligned with their true self. And they're realizing that they can tap into that same energy again. Or maybe they're remembering a mistake they made in the past, and they're realizing that they don't have to repeat that mistake again. Or maybe they're simply remembering what it felt like to be carefree and joyful, and they're realizing that they can bring that sense of playfulness and wonder back into their life. Whatever the specific connection is, the Six of Cups is likely providing this person with a valuable insight into how to overcome their challenges and create a more fulfilling life. It's like the past is offering them a key, a map, a compass to guide them on their journey. And with those fleeting thoughts, I wonder if these memories are popping up unbidden, like little gifts from their subconscious, or if they're actively seeking them out, consciously trying to remember happier times. Either way, it seems like the past is playing a significant role in their current mental state. I also think it's important to consider whether these memories are accurate, right? Sometimes we have a tendency to idealize the past, to remember it as being better than it actually was. We forget the challenges, the struggles, the pain, and we only focus on the good times. And that can be dangerous because it can create a sense of dissatisfaction with the present. We start to compare our current lives to this idealized version of the past, and we feel like we're falling short. We feel like we're not as happy, as successful, as fulfilled as we used to be. So, it's important to remember that the past wasn't perfect, right? It had its own challenges, its own struggles, its own pain. And while it's helpful to remember the good times, it's also important to acknowledge the difficult times and to recognize the growth you've experienced as a result of those difficult times. It's like the past is a story, and it's important to tell that story accurately, to include both the good and the bad, to acknowledge the complexities and the nuances. And as you tell that story, you can start to make sense of your life, to understand your patterns, and to create a more meaningful narrative. Okay, so we've talked about the Eight of Swords, feeling trapped. We've talked about the Hermit, withdrawing to find answers within. And we've talked about the Six of Cups, connecting with the past. What's the overall message here? What's the connection between these three cards? Well, it seems like this person is feeling trapped in the present, and they're withdrawing to find answers within, and they're also being drawn back to the past. It's like they're caught in a loop, a cycle of feeling stuck, seeking answers, and remembering the past. And the key to breaking free from this loop is to find a balance, to find a way to integrate the lessons of the past, the wisdom of the Hermit, and the challenges of the Eight of Swords into a coherent and meaningful narrative. It's about recognizing that the past isn't perfect, but it can provide valuable insights into the present. It's about acknowledging the challenges you're facing, but also remembering your strengths and your resilience. It's about withdrawing to find answers within, but also maintaining connections with others and engaging in activities that bring you joy and fulfillment. It's about finding a way to live in the present while also learning from the past and creating a better future. It's about finding a way to be both grounded and open, both introspective and extroverted, both nostalgic and forward-thinking. And that's not always easy, right? It takes work, it takes practice, it takes a willingness to be vulnerable and to embrace the unknown. But it's worth it, because the reward is a life that's more authentic, more fulfilling, and more meaningful. A life where you feel free, connected, and empowered. So, my friend, that's what I'm seeing in these cards. Feeling trapped, seeking answers, connecting with the past. But remember, You have the power to break free from that loop, to create a life that's more aligned with your true self. And the carnelian butterfly is there to remind you to embrace the flow, to trust your intuition, and to believe in your own potential. Now, I wonder what else is going on here, right? What other influences are at play? Because this is just the beginning of the story, and there's so much more to explore. Are there other people involved? Are there hidden obstacles? Are there secret opportunities? We'll have to pull some more cards to find out. Okay, so where were we? Right, feeling trapped, needing to withdraw, connecting with the past. And now, drum roll please, we have the Wheel of Fortune. Woo. Okay, this is a big one, right? This is one of the major arcana, so it's bringing some serious energy to the situation. So, the Wheel of Fortune, what does it even mean? Well, on the surface, it's all about luck, about fate, about destiny, about things changing, things turning, you know. It's like what goes up must come down, and what goes down must come up. It's a cycle, a constant flow of ups and downs, of good luck and bad luck, of opportunities and challenges. It's the unpredictable nature of life itself. But it's not just about random chance, right? It's not just about being lucky or unlucky. It's also about how you respond to those changes, how you navigate those ups and downs, how you make the most of the opportunities that come your way, and how you learn from the challenges you face. It's about understanding that life is always in motion, that nothing stays the same forever, and that you have the power to influence your own destiny, even within the constraints of fate. So, how does this relate to what we've already seen? Well, I think the Wheel of Fortune is shaking things up, right? It's like this person has been feeling trapped. They've been withdrawing. They've been focusing on the past. And now, suddenly, something is changing. Something is shifting. Something is happening that's going to disrupt their current state. And you know, that can be scary, right? Especially when you're already feeling vulnerable, when you're already feeling like you're barely holding on. But it can also be exciting. It can also be liberating. It can also be a chance to break free from those limitations and create a new reality. I'm thinking, with the carnelian butterfly and that idea of flow, the Wheel of Fortune is like a really strong current coming in, right? It's like saying, okay, you've been still for long enough, now we gotta move. So, what kind of changes are we talking about here? Well, it could be anything, really. It could be a sudden opportunity at work, like a promotion or a new project, or a chance to work with a different team. Or it could be a change in their personal life, like a new relationship, or a breakup, or a move to a new city, or even just a shift in their own perspective. It could be something big and dramatic, or it could be something subtle and gradual. But either way, it's going to have an impact on their life, and it's going to force them to adapt and adjust. And I think the key here is how they choose to respond to those changes. Do they resist them? Do they cling to the past? Do they try to control everything? Or do they embrace them? Do they trust the process? Do they let go and allow themselves to be carried by the current. Because, you know, the more you resist change, the more painful it's going to be. It's like trying to swim against the tide. You're just going to exhaust yourself and get nowhere. But if you can learn to go with the flow, to trust that everything is happening for a reason, to believe that you're being guided towards something better, then you can actually use those changes to your advantage. It's like, I remember when I lost my job a few years ago. I was devastated, right? I felt like my whole world was falling apart. I had been working at that company for so long. I had invested so much time and energy into it. And now, suddenly, it was gone. I was angry. I was scared. I was confused. I didn't know what I was going to do. But then, after a few weeks of wallowing in self-pity, I started to realize that maybe this was an opportunity. Maybe this was a chance to do something different, something that I was actually passionate about. And so, I started to explore different options. I started to network with people in different fields, and I started to take some classes to learn new skills. And eventually, I landed a job that was even better than the one I had lost. It was more challenging, it was more fulfilling, and it paid even better. And I realized that losing my job was actually the best thing that could have happened to me, because it forced me to step outside of my comfort zone and to create a new reality for myself. So that's the kind of energy I'm seeing with the Wheel of Fortune. It's a chance to turn things around, to break free from those limitations, and to create a life that's more aligned with your true self. But it's also a reminder that life is unpredictable, that things can change at any moment, and that you need to be prepared to adapt and adjust. Now, let's go back to those other cards, right? The Eight of Swords, the Hermit, and the Six of Cups. How does the Wheel of Fortune interact with those energies? Well, with the Eight of Swords, I'm thinking that the Wheel of Fortune could be the thing that finally breaks this person free from that feeling of being trapped. It could be the unexpected event that forces them to confront their fears, to challenge their limiting beliefs, and to take action to change their situation. It's like maybe they've been feeling stuck in a dead-end job, but then, suddenly, they get offered a new position at a different company. Or maybe they've been feeling trapped in a toxic relationship, but then, suddenly, their partner does something that makes them realize that they can't stay in that situation any longer. Or maybe they've been feeling held back by their own insecurities, but then, suddenly, they have an experience that boosts their confidence and makes them realize that they're capable of anything. Whatever it is, the Wheel of Fortune is shaking things up and creating an opportunity for them to break free from that feeling of being trapped. But it's up to them to seize that opportunity, to take action, and to create a new reality for themselves. They can't just sit back and wait for things to change. They have to be proactive. They have to be willing to take risks. And they have to be willing to step outside of their comfort zone. And with the Hermit, I'm thinking that the Wheel of Fortune could be interrupting this person's period of introspection, right? It's like they've been withdrawing from the world. They've been focusing on their inner self. They've been trying to find answers within. And now, suddenly, the world is demanding their attention again. They're being forced to step back into the chaos and the noise, and to deal with whatever changes are coming their way. And that can be frustrating, right? Especially when you're in the middle of a deep period of self-reflection. You just want to be left alone. You just want to be able to focus on your own inner world. And now, suddenly, you have to deal with all these external demands. But I think the key here is to find a balance, to find a way to integrate the wisdom of the hermit with the energy of the Wheel of Fortune, to use that period of introspection to gain clarity on your values, your goals, and your priorities, and then to use that clarity to guide your actions as you navigate the changes that are coming your way. It's like maybe they've been spending time reflecting on their career, and they've realized that they're not really passionate about what they're doing. And then, suddenly, they get offered a new job in a completely different field. They could resist that opportunity. They could cling to their old job. They could tell themselves that they're not qualified for anything else. But if they've really gained clarity on their values and their passions, they might realize that this is the perfect opportunity to make a change, to pursue their dreams, and to create a more fulfilling career. So, the Wheel of Fortune is interrupting their period of introspection, but it's also giving them a chance to put their newfound wisdom into practice. It's a chance to test their values, to challenge their beliefs, and to create a life that's more aligned with their true self. And with the Six of Cups, I'm thinking that the Wheel of Fortune could be bringing up memories from the past, right? It's like this person has already been feeling drawn to the past. They've already been remembering happier times. They've already been connecting with their inner child. And now, suddenly, the Wheel of Fortune is amplifying those memories, making them even more vivid and more powerful. And that can be both good and bad, right? On the one hand, it can provide them with a sense of comfort, a sense of hope, and a sense of connection. It can remind them that they've experienced joy, love, and fulfillment in their life, and that they're capable of experiencing those things again. But on the other hand, it can also lead to unhealthy nostalgia, to dwelling on the past, to comparing the present to the past, and to feeling dissatisfied with their current life. It can make them feel like they're missing out on something, like they're not as happy, as successful, as fulfilled as they used to be. So the key here is to find a balance, to appreciate the past, to learn from the past, but also to live in the present and to focus on creating a better future. To use those memories as inspiration, as motivation, as a reminder of what's possible, but not to let them hold you back from moving forward. It's like maybe they've been remembering a time when they felt really creative, and they've been feeling inspired to pursue their artistic passions again. But they could also get caught up in the idea that they're not as good as they used to be, or that they don't have the time or the energy to create anymore. They could let those negative thoughts hold them back from pursuing their dreams. But if they can learn to appreciate the past without dwelling on it, if they can use those memories as inspiration to create something new, then they can tap into that same creative energy and bring it into their present life. They can create something beautiful, something meaningful, something that brings them joy and fulfillment. So the Wheel of Fortune is amplifying those memories from the past, but it's up to them to choose how they respond to them. Do they let them hold them back, or do they use them as inspiration to create a better future? Now, with the theme of fleeting thoughts, I'm wondering if this person's thoughts are speeding up even more, right? Like the Wheel of Fortune is turning so fast that their mind is just racing with possibilities, with anxieties, with hopes, with fears. It's like they can barely keep up with all the changes that are happening, and their thoughts are just bouncing around from one thing to another without any sense of focus or direction. And that can be really overwhelming, right? Especially when you're already feeling stressed or anxious. You just want to be able to slow down, to take a deep breath, to clear your mind. But it feels like your thoughts are just spinning out of control. So, what can they do to manage those fleeting thoughts? Well, I think it's important to find ways to ground themselves, to connect with the present moment, to bring their attention back to their body and their senses. They could try meditation or yoga or deep breathing exercises, or spending time in nature, or engaging in creative activities, or anything that helps them to feel more centered and more calm. It's like maybe they're feeling overwhelmed by all the possibilities that are coming their way, and they're not sure which path to choose. They could try to analyze every option, to weigh the pros and cons, to make a perfectly rational decision. But that's just going to lead to more anxiety and more confusion. Instead, they could try to connect with their intuition, to listen to their inner voice, to ask themselves what feels right, what feels authentic, what feels aligned with their values. And then trust that the universe will guide them in the right direction. So the Wheel of Fortune is speeding up their thoughts, but it's also giving them a chance to develop new coping mechanisms, to learn how to manage their anxiety, and to trust their intuition. Now, I'm also wondering if this person is feeling like they're losing control, right? Like the Wheel of Fortune is turning so fast that they're just being tossed around without any say in what's happening. They might feel like they're at the mercy of fate, like they're just a pawn in some cosmic game. And that can be really disempowering, right? Especially when you're already feeling vulnerable. You want to feel like you're in control of your own life, like you're making your own choices, like you're creating your own destiny. But when the Wheel of Fortune is turning, it can feel like all that control is being taken away from you. So, how can they regain a sense of control? Well, I think it's important to remember that even though they can't control everything that happens to them, they can control how they respond to it. They can control their thoughts, their feelings, their actions. They can choose to focus on the things they can control rather than the things they can't. It's like maybe they're feeling overwhelmed by a sudden change at work, and they're worried about losing their job. They can't control whether or not they get laid off, but they can control how they prepare for that possibility. They can update their resume. They can network with people in their field. They can start looking for new opportunities. And even if they do lose their job, they can choose to see it as an opportunity to pursue their passions, to learn new skills, to create a better career for themselves. So the Wheel of Fortune might be taking away some of their control, but it's also giving them a chance to exercise their agency, to make conscious choices, and to create a life that's more aligned with their values. Okay, so we've talked about the Eight of Swords, the Hermit, the Six of Cups, and the Wheel of Fortune. We've talked about feeling trapped, withdrawing to find answers, connecting with the past, and embracing change. What's the overall message here? What's the connection between all these cards? Well, it seems like this person is at a crossroads, right? They're feeling trapped in their current situation. They're seeking answers within. They're drawn to the past. And now, the Wheel of Fortune is presenting them with an opportunity to change their life. But it's up to them to choose how they respond to that opportunity. Do they cling to the past? Do they resist the change? Do they let their fears hold them back? Or do they embrace the unknown? Do they trust the process? Do they take action to create a better future? The cards are like showing a period of intense internal and external change. And it's really about how they navigate it, right? With the carnelian butterfly, it's like, are they gonna flow with this? Or are they gonna fight it? The more I talk, the more I feel like this is a really pivotal moment for this person. And I think the key is to find a balance, to integrate all these different energies into a coherent and meaningful narrative, to learn from the past, to trust their intuition, to embrace the change, and to take action to create a life that's more authentic, more fulfilling, and more aligned with their true self. So, my friend, that's what I'm seeing in these cards. Feeling trapped, seeking answers, connecting with the past, and embracing change. But remember, you have the power to choose your own destiny, to create your own reality. And the carnelian butterfly is there to remind you to trust your intuition, to embrace the flow, and to believe in your own potential. Now, what's next? What other surprises are in store for this person? What other challenges and opportunities are waiting around the corner? We still have more cards to pull, so let's keep going. I am so curious, aren't you? Oh my goodness, the Tower. Whoa, okay, so, like after all that change and movement, and well, potential chaos that the Wheel of Fortune brings, now we get the Tower. Buckle up, Buttercup, because things are about to get real, you know. The Tower, this card, you It's like the universe just comes along and says, nope, not having it, tear it all down. But like in a good way, maybe. Okay, let's unpack this right. Let's really dive into what the tower is all about and what it might mean in this situation, especially given everything that's already been going through this person's mind. So, the tower, right? I mean, just look at the image on the card. You usually see this big, imposing structure, often a castle or a tower, being struck by lightning, right? People are falling out of it. There's fire. There's chaos. There's destruction. It's not exactly a subtle card, is it? It's like bam, in your face. And that's kind of what the tower represents, right? It's about sudden, unexpected upheaval, about things changing in a way that you absolutely did not see coming. And that can be incredibly jarring, incredibly disorienting. Okay, so you chose the selenite heart, which means awakening, right? So, this reading is all about those unspoken desires, those things that their heart truly yearns for, especially the stuff that comes out in dreams and quiet moments. It's like we're peeking into their soul, So exciting. And we have 3 cards: the Ace of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Moon. Oh my God, okay, so first, the Ace of Swords. The Ace of Swords, to me, is like a new idea, a mental breakthrough, a moment of clarity, right? It's like, ding, a light bulb goes off in their head. It's that moment when they're like, oh my God, I get it. Or, oh my God, I want that. Or, oh my God, I need to change this. It's a very powerful card of mental energy, It's the seed of an idea, basically. And because it's a sword, it's about thoughts and communication and the mind, right? So, what kind of new idea could this be? Well, because our theme is unspoken desires, I'm immediately thinking this is a desire that they haven't really acknowledged yet, even to themselves. It's something that's been brewing in their subconscious, and now it's finally, popping up to the surface. Maybe they've been suppressing it, or maybe they just haven't been aware of it, Sometimes we don't even realize what we truly want until, bam, it hits us out of nowhere. And the Ace of Swords is very much that bam moment, that sudden realization. So what could this unspoken desire be related to? Okay, well, swords can be about truth, right? So maybe this is a desire to be more honest with themselves or with someone else. Maybe they've been living a lie, or maybe they've been hiding something, and now they're realizing that they can't do that anymore. They need to, speak their truth, even if it's scary. Or, okay, another possibility, because it's an ace, it could be the start of something new. Maybe they have a desire for a new relationship, or a new job, or a new creative project. Something that's going to really challenge them mentally and push them to grow, Because swords are all about growth, but it's growth through, mental challenges, through overcoming obstacles with your intellect and your communication skills. Oh, or, okay, I just got another idea. Maybe this is a desire for clarity in a situation that's been really confusing. Maybe they've been going back and forth, not knowing what to do. And the Ace of Swords is bringing them that clarity, cutting through the confusion and showing them the way forward. It's like they finally see things clearly, And because it's linked to their unspoken desires, this clarity could be about their feelings for someone. Maybe they've been unsure about how they feel, but now they're realizing that, oh my God, they're totally in love with this person, or they're totally not in love with this person, It's like the blinders are off, and they can finally see the truth. Or maybe they have a desire to communicate something important to someone, but they've been afraid to do it. The Ace of Swords is giving them the courage to finally speak their mind, to say what they need to say, even if it's difficult, Sometimes the hardest thing is just starting that conversation. But once you do, it's like a weight is lifted off your shoulders. And because we're talking about dreams and quiet moments, maybe this desire is something that comes to them in their dreams. Like they have a dream that's so vivid and so powerful that it makes them realize something about themselves that they didn't know before. Or maybe they have a moment of clarity when they're just sitting quietly thinking, and suddenly it hits them like, oh my God, this is what I want. It's like the selenite heart crystal is helping them to awaken to this desire, to become more aware of what their heart truly yearns for. It's like the crystal is amplifying their intuition and helping them to connect with their subconscious, you know. And that's where these unspoken desires live, in the subconscious. Okay, so that's the Ace of Swords. It's a new idea, a mental breakthrough, a moment of clarity related to an unspoken desire. It could be about honesty, a new beginning, clarity in a confusing situation, or the courage to communicate something important. Now, let's move on to the Wheel of Fortune. Oh, this is getting good. Okay, so the Wheel of Fortune is all about fate and destiny and cycles, right? It's like what goes around comes around. It's the idea that everything is connected and that there's a bigger plan at play, even if we can't see it. It's a very powerful card of change and transformation, you know. And it reminds us that life is always in motion, always evolving. What goes up must come down, and what goes down must come up. So, how does the Wheel of Fortune connect with the Ace of Swords? Well, I'm thinking that this new idea, or this mental breakthrough, is going to set in motion a series of events that are beyond their control. It's like, once they have this realization, things are going to start happening, and they're going to be swept along for the ride, you know. Maybe this desire is going to lead them down a path that they never expected. Maybe it's going to open up new opportunities and new possibilities that they couldn't have imagined. Or, okay, maybe it's going to bring some challenges and obstacles, but those challenges are going to be necessary for their growth and their evolution. Because the Wheel of Fortune isn't always about good luck. It's about learning and growing through whatever experiences life throws at you, you know. It's about embracing the ups and downs and trusting that everything is happening for a reason. And because it's connected to the Ace of Swords, I'm thinking that this journey is going to be very mental and intellectual. It's going to require them to think on their feet, to adapt to new situations, and to communicate effectively, you know. Maybe they're going to have to learn new skills or acquire new knowledge in order to navigate this path. Or maybe they're going to have to change their mindset or their beliefs in order to align with their destiny. Okay, so let's say the Ace of Swords is the desire for a new relationship. The Wheel of Fortune could mean that this desire is going to lead them to meet someone who's going to change their life in a big way. It could be a soulmate connection, or it could be someone who's going to challenge them and push them to grow, you know. Or okay, Maybe it means that they're going to go through a series of relationships that are going to teach them valuable lessons about themselves and about what they want in a partner. It's like each relationship is a turn of the wheel, bringing them closer to their ultimate destiny. Or, let's say the Ace of Swords is the desire for a new job. The Wheel of Fortune could mean that this desire is going to lead them to a career that's perfectly aligned with their purpose and their passions. It could be a job that they never even considered before, but it's going to be exactly what they need to feel fulfilled and happy, you know. Or okay, maybe it means that they're going to go through a series of jobs that are going to help them to develop their skills and their talents, bringing them closer to their dream career. And because we're talking about unspoken desires, maybe this is a destiny that they've been avoiding or ignoring. Maybe they've been afraid to pursue their dreams, but the Wheel of Fortune is telling them that now is the time to take a chance and go for it, you know. It's like the universe is conspiring to help them achieve their goals, but they have to be willing to step out of their comfort zone and take a leap of faith. Or maybe this desire is linked to a past life or a karmic connection. Maybe they're meeting someone who they've known before, or maybe they're experiencing a situation that's related to a past life lesson, you know. The Wheel of Fortune reminds us that we're all connected to the past, and that our past experiences can influence our present and our future. It's like we're carrying our history with us, and it's shaping our destiny. And because we're talking about dreams and quiet moments, maybe this destiny is revealed to them in a dream. Maybe they have a dream that shows them their future, or that gives them guidance on how to achieve their goals, you know. Or maybe they have a moment of intuition when they just know that they're on the right path. It's like the universe is communicating with them through their subconscious, guiding them towards their destiny. It's like the selenite heart crystal is helping them to trust in the process, to surrender to the flow of life, and to embrace whatever experiences come their way. It's like the crystal is reminding them that they're not in control of everything, and that sometimes the best thing to do is just to let go and see where the universe takes them, you know. It's about having faith that everything is happening for their highest good, even if it doesn't always feel that way. Okay, so that's the Wheel of Fortune. It's fate, destiny, cycles, change, and transformation. It's about being swept along on a journey that's beyond their control, learning and growing through whatever experiences life throws at them, and trusting that everything is happening for a reason. Now, let's move on to the moon. Oh, this is getting so juicy. Okay, so the moon is all about intuition, illusions, and the subconscious, right? It's the card of hidden things, of things that are not what they seem. It's a very mysterious and emotional card, you know. And it reminds us that there's always more than meets the eye, that there are hidden depths beneath the surface of everything. So, how does the moon connect with the Ace of Swords and the Wheel of Fortune? I'm thinking that this new idea and this journey that they're being swept along on are both shrouded in some kind of mystery or illusion. It's like they don't have all the information yet, and they're not seeing things clearly. There's something that's hidden from them, something that they need to uncover in order to fully understand what's going on. Maybe this desire is based on an illusion or a misunderstanding. Maybe they think they want something, but they don't really know what it is or why they want it. Or maybe they're projecting their own hopes and fears onto a situation, and they're not seeing it for what it really is. It's like they're wearing rose-colored glasses, and they need to take them off in order to see the truth. Or, okay, maybe this journey is going to bring them face to face with their fears and their insecurities. Maybe they're going to have to confront some dark parts of themselves in order to move forward. The moon is often associated with anxiety and uncertainty, so it could mean that they're going to experience some challenging emotions along the way. But those emotions are going to be necessary for their healing and their growth. And because it's connected to the Ace of Swords, I'm thinking that this mystery or illusion is related to their thoughts and their beliefs. Maybe they have some limiting beliefs that are holding them back from achieving their desires, Or maybe they're clinging to old ideas that are no longer serving them. It's like they need to challenge their assumptions and question their beliefs in order to see the truth. Okay, so let's say the Ace of Swords is the desire for a new relationship, and the Wheel of Fortune is bringing them closer to someone. The moon could mean that they're not seeing this person clearly. Maybe they're idealizing them or ignoring some red flags, Or maybe they're afraid of getting hurt, so they're keeping their distance and not allowing themselves to fully connect with this person. It's like they need to trust their intuition and pay attention to their gut feelings in order to see if this relationship is really right for them. Or let's say the Ace of Swords is the desire for a new job, and the Wheel of Fortune is leading them to a new career. The moon could mean that they're not being honest with themselves about their skills and their talents. Maybe they're underestimating themselves or afraid of failing, Or maybe they're pursuing a career that's not really aligned with their values or their passions. It's like they need to get clear on what they really want and what they're really capable of in order to make the right career choices. And because we're talking about unspoken desires, maybe this is a desire that they're ashamed of, or that they're afraid to admit to themselves. Maybe they think it's wrong or selfish, or maybe they're afraid of what other people will think. The moon reminds us that it's okay to have desires that are unconventional or that don't fit into societal norms. It's about being true to yourself and honoring your own needs and desires, even if they're different from everyone else's. Or maybe this desire is linked to a past trauma or a hidden wound. Maybe they're afraid of getting hurt again, so they're suppressing their desires and not allowing themselves to be vulnerable. The moon is often associated with healing and emotional release. So it could mean that they need to address their past traumas in order to move forward and embrace their desires. And because we're talking about dreams and quiet moments, maybe this mystery is revealed to them in a dream. Maybe they have a nightmare that brings up some unresolved issues, or that shows them their fears, you know. Or maybe they have a moment of clarity when they're meditating or just sitting quietly, and they suddenly realize what's been holding them back. It's like their subconscious is trying to communicate with them, to help them to heal and to grow. It's like the selenite heart crystal is helping them to connect with their intuition, to trust their gut feelings, and to see through the illusions that are clouding their judgment. It's like the crystal is shining a light on the hidden things, helping them to uncover the truth and to embrace their authentic selves, you know. It's about being brave enough to face their fears and to step into the unknown, trusting that they have the strength and the wisdom to navigate whatever challenges come their way. Okay, so that's the moon. It's intuition, illusions, the subconscious, hidden things, and mystery. It's about not seeing things clearly, facing their fears, and uncovering the truth that's hidden beneath the surface. Okay, so, wow, we've got the Ace of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune, and the moon. Now, let's put it all together. Are you ready for this? It's gonna be good. So, basically, someone has a new idea, a new desire, right? The Ace of Swords. And this desire is going to set in motion a series of events that are beyond their control. The Wheel of Fortune. But there's something hidden or mysterious about this whole situation, the moon. It's like they don't have all the information, or they're not seeing things clearly, or they're afraid of something, you know. So, what could this all mean? Well, okay, let's say this person has a desire to be with someone, right? The Ace of Swords is that realization, that, oh my God, I'm totally in love with this person moment. The Wheel of Fortune is the universe conspiring to bring them together, maybe through chance encounters or mutual friends, you know. But the moon is the fear that they're not good enough for this person, or that this person doesn't feel the same way about them, or that something is going to go wrong and ruin everything. It's like they're afraid to fully commit to this relationship because they're afraid of getting hurt. Or, okay, let's say this person has a desire to start a new business. The Ace of Swords is that idea, that, oh my God, I have this amazing idea for a business that's going to change the world moment. The Wheel of Fortune is the universe providing them with the resources and the opportunities they need to make their dream a reality. Maybe through investors or mentors or lucky breaks, you know. But the moon is the fear that they're not qualified enough to run a business, or that their idea is not good enough, or that they're going to fail and lose all their money. It's like they're afraid to take the risk because they're afraid of failing. And because we're talking about unspoken desires, maybe this is a desire that they've been hiding from themselves for a long time. Maybe they've been telling themselves that they don't deserve to be happy, or that they're not capable of achieving their dreams, or that they're not worthy of love. You know, the moon is that voice in their head that's telling them all these negative things, that's holding them back from pursuing their desires. But the selenite heart crystal is helping them to break through those limiting beliefs, to see themselves in a new light, and to embrace their full potential. It's like the crystal is reminding them that they are worthy of love, that they are capable of achieving their dreams, and that they deserve to be happy. It's about trusting in themselves and in the universe, and taking the leap of faith, even when it's scary. And because we're talking about dreams and quiet moments, maybe this whole situation is unfolding in their dreams. Maybe they're having dreams that are revealing their desires to them, that are showing them the path forward, and that are helping them to overcome their fears, you know. Or maybe they're having moments of clarity when they're meditating or just sitting quietly, and they suddenly realize what they need to do in order to achieve their goals. It's like their subconscious is working overtime to help them to manifest their desires. So basically, this reading is about someone who's on the verge of a major breakthrough, but they're being held back by their fears and their insecurities. They have a powerful desire that's driving them forward, but they're also afraid of what might happen if they actually achieve it. You know, they need to trust in themselves, to trust in the universe, and to be brave enough to step into the unknown. And the selenite heart crystal is there to support them every step of the way, to help them to awaken to their full potential and to manifest their deepest desires. It's like the crystal is a reminder that they are loved, that they are supported, and that they are capable of anything they set their mind to. Okay, wow, that was a lot. So, to recap, we have the Ace of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Moon, all connected by the selenite heart crystal and the theme of unspoken desires. It's a reading about a new idea, a journey, and a mystery, all wrapped up in one. It's about someone who's on the verge of a major breakthrough, but they need to overcome their fears and trust in themselves in order to achieve their dreams. I can't wait to see what the rest of the cards reveal. Are you excited? Because I am. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so, wow, where do we even begin, right? Ace of Swords, Wheel of Fortune, the Moon. And now we're pulling the Judgment card. Oh my God, this is getting so intense. So basically, with the Judgment card coming in now, it's like, okay, imagine a spotlight suddenly shining down, right? After wandering through this kinda murky, moony landscape. It's like the universe is saying, okay, time to make a decision. Time to face the music. Judgment isn't just about judging yourself or others. It's about a major evaluation, a calling, answering a call deep within. It's a reckoning, you know. It's a moment where all the pieces of the puzzle kinda come together, and you suddenly see the big picture. But you have to choose, where to go from there. So, how does this tie into everything we've already pulled? Well, remember that Ace of Swords, that new desire, that spark of an idea, and the Wheel of Fortune spinning everything into motion, taking you on this wild ride. And then the moon, with all its illusions and fears and hidden stuff. Okay, Judgment is like the culmination of all of that. It's the point where you have to decide whether you're going to keep letting those fears hold you back, or if you're going to, break free and step into your true power. Think of it like this. The Ace of Swords is the initial thought. Ooh, maybe I want this. The Wheel of Fortune starts turning, bringing opportunities and challenges. The moon is the doubt creeping in. But what if I fail? What if I get hurt? And Judgment is like the universe giving you a nudge, saying, okay, you've thought about it. You felt the feels. Now what's your answer? Are you going to rise to the occasion, or are you going to stay stuck in the shadows? It's about acknowledging everything, the good, the bad, the scary, and using all that information to make a conscious choice about your future. And because we're talking about unspoken desires, this decision could be about finally admitting something to yourself. You know, like maybe you've been denying a part of yourself or suppressing a dream because you were afraid of what other people would think. Judgment is saying, it's time to be honest with yourself. It's time to embrace who you truly are, regardless of what anyone else says. It's about self-acceptance at its core, you know. Like really accepting yourself, flaws and all. And the selenite heart crystal. Okay, that's still pulsing with that awakening energy, right? It's helping you to see things clearly, to cut through the illusions of the moon, and to connect with your inner wisdom. It's giving you the courage to make a decision that's aligned with your soul's purpose, even if it's scary. The crystal is acting as a conduit, amplifying your intuition so you can hear that inner calling loud and clear. Okay, so let's dive into some specific scenarios, right? Let's start with love, because everyone loves a good love story. Okay, so imagine this person has been secretly crushing on someone, right? Ace of Swords. They realize, oh my God, I have feelings for this person. The Wheel of Fortune throws them together. Maybe they start working on a project together, or they keep bumping into each other at the coffee shop. But then the moon creeps in, and they start doubting themselves. Are they even interested in me? Am I good enough for them? What if I get rejected? All those anxieties and insecurities start swirling around, making it hard to see the situation clearly. Now, Judgment comes along, and it's time for a decision. Are they going to keep hiding their feelings, letting those fears control them? Or are they going to, take a leap of faith and tell this person how they really feel? This could manifest as finally having the talk, where they lay their cards on the table. Or it could look like making a conscious effort to spend more quality time together and deepening the connection. Maybe they've been in a situationship, something casual, but then they realize they want more, you know. The Ace of Swords hits them. I want something serious with this person. The Wheel of Fortune brings them closer. The connection deepens. But The moon brings up the fear of commitment. Are we really compatible? Are we on the same page? What if this doesn't work out? Judgment is the moment where they have to decide if they're willing to take the risk of vulnerability, to commit to something real, or if they're going to stay stuck in this limbo of uncertainty. It's about truly evaluating what they want versus what they're afraid of. It requires a hard look at the relationship's potential and any potential pitfalls. Like, are the fundamental values aligned? Are they both willing to put in the work? This isn't just about wishful thinking. It's about realistic evaluation. Or, okay, maybe they've been in a long-term relationship that's kinda gone stale, you know. The Ace of Swords is that moment of realization. We need to change something, or this isn't going to work. The Wheel of Fortune brings some challenges, maybe a job loss or a family crisis that puts a strain on the relationship. The Moon is the doubt creeping in. Are we really meant to be together? Have we grown apart? Is it time to move on? Judgment is the moment where they have to decide if they're willing to fight for this relationship, to put in the work to reignite the spark, or if it's time to accept that it's run its course and to move on. It's about honestly assessing the health of the relationship. It's like, are both partners still willing to invest in each other's growth? Is there still love and respect? Sometimes, the hardest judgment is realizing that letting go is the most loving thing you can do, you know. It's like freeing yourself and the other person to find happiness elsewhere. And here's another layer. Maybe there's been some infidelity or betrayal, right? The Ace of Swords is the moment they find out. The shock, the pain, the realization that everything has changed. The Wheel of Fortune is the aftermath, the chaos, the attempts to rebuild trust, or the slow burn of resentment. The Moon is the constant suspicion, the inability to fully trust again, the fear that it will happen again. Judgment is the decision point. Can they truly forgive and move forward, or is the damage irreparable? It's a deep dive into their own capacity for forgiveness and the willingness of the other person to genuinely atone and change. This judgment isn't just about the relationship. It's about their own healing. Can they release the anger and hurt, whether they stay or leave? And remember the selenite heart. In all these love scenarios, it's helping them to see their own worth, to know what they deserve in a relationship, and to have the courage to make a decision that's in their best interest. It's about self-love, really. It's like knowing that even if a relationship ends, they are still whole and worthy of love. The crystal is amplifying that inner voice that says, you deserve to be happy, you deserve to be loved, and you have the power to create that for yourself. It's shining a light on their own inner strength, reminding them that they can survive heartbreak and emerge stronger on the other side. It's about tuning into their intuition and listening to what their heart truly desires, not what society or their own fears tell them they should want. It's about making choices that align with their authentic self, even if it means going against the grain. Okay, so that's love, right? Lots of intense possibilities there. Now, let's switch gears and talk about career. Because, like, career stuff is also super important, right? Okay, so let's say this person has been feeling stuck in their job for a while. The Ace of Swords is that moment of realization. I need to make a change. I'm not happy here anymore. The Wheel of Fortune brings some opportunities, maybe a new job posting or a chance to take on a new project at work. The Moon is the fear creeping in. Am I qualified for this new job? What if I fail? What if I'm not good enough? Judgment is the moment where they have to decide if they're going to stay in their comfort zone, in that safe but unfulfilling job, or if they're going to take a risk and pursue something new. It requires a real assessment of their skills and passions, not just their fears. It's like, do they have the necessary qualifications for the new opportunity? Are they willing to put in the work to learn and grow? This isn't just about escaping a bad situation. It's about actively pursuing a better one. Maybe they've been dreaming of starting their own business, but they've been too afraid to take the leap, right? The Ace of Swords is that business idea popping into their head, that aha moment. The Wheel of Fortune brings some resources their way, maybe a small loan or a supportive mentor. But then the Moon shows up and they start doubting themselves. Do I have what it takes to be an entrepreneur? What if my business fails? What if I lose all my money? Judgment is the moment where they have to decide if they're going to let those fears paralyze them, or if they're going to take a chance on themselves and pursue their entrepreneurial dreams. It involves creating a solid business plan, assessing the market, and understanding the risks involved. It's like, do they have a clear vision for their business? Are they prepared to handle the challenges that will inevitably arise? This judgment requires not just courage, but also careful planning and realistic expectations. Or, okay, maybe they're at a crossroads in their career. The Ace of Swords is the realization that their current path isn't fulfilling them anymore. The Wheel of Fortune presents them with multiple options: a promotion, a lateral move, a completely different career path. The Moon clouds their judgment with uncertainty. Which path is the right one for me? What if I make the wrong choice? What if I regret it? Judgment is the moment where they have to evaluate their values, their skills, and their passions, and make a conscious decision about which direction to take their career. It's about aligning their career with their values, not just their paycheck. It's like, what truly matters to them in their work? Are they looking for financial security, creative fulfillment, or a chance to make a difference in the world? This judgment requires a deep understanding of their own motivations and priorities. It's not about blindly chasing success. It's about finding a path that resonates with their soul. And what if they get fired or laid off, right? The Ace of Swords is the shock of losing their job, the sudden realization that their career is in upheaval. The Wheel of Fortune brings both challenges and opportunities. the need to find a new job, but also the chance to reinvent themselves. The moon is the fear and anxiety that comes with unemployment. Will I be able to find a new job? What if I run out of money? What will people think of me? Judgment is the moment where they have to decide how they're going to respond to this setback. Are they going to let it define them? Or are they going to use it as an opportunity to learn and grow? It's about reframing the situation. It's like, instead of seeing it as a failure, can they see it as a chance to explore new possibilities? This judgment requires resilience and a willingness to adapt. It's not about pretending that it doesn't hurt. It's about choosing how to move forward in a positive and constructive way. And the selenite heart crystal, in all these career scenarios, it's helping them to connect with their passions, to identify their true calling, and to have the courage to pursue a career that's aligned with their soul's purpose. It's about knowing their worth, their value. It's like understanding that their skills and talents are valuable and that they deserve to be compensated fairly. The crystal is empowering them to advocate for themselves, to negotiate for better pay, and to stand up for their rights in the workplace. It's shining a light on their potential, reminding them that they are capable of achieving great things in their career. It's about believing in themselves and their abilities, even when faced with setbacks and challenges. It's about using their career as a platform for personal growth and fulfillment, not just a means to an end. Okay, so we've covered love and career, right? Now, let's get into some personal growth stuff, because, that's where the real magic happens, you know. Okay, so let's say this person has been struggling with some limiting beliefs, right? The Ace of Swords is the moment they realize that these beliefs are holding them back. I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy of love. I can't achieve my dreams. The Wheel of Fortune brings some experiences that challenge these beliefs. Maybe a success that they didn't expect, or a compliment that resonates deeply. The moon amplifies those old patterns. See, I told you you weren't good enough. It was just luck. It won't happen again. Judgment is the moment they decide whether to keep believing those old lies or to rewrite their inner narrative. It's about challenging those negative self-talk patterns. It's like when they hear that voice saying, "You can't do it," can they respond with, "Yes, I can, and I will." This judgment requires a conscious effort to shift their mindset from self-doubt to self-compassion. It's not about ignoring their flaws. It's about accepting themselves unconditionally, flaws and all. Maybe they've been carrying around some past trauma or unresolved emotional baggage, right? The Ace of Swords is the moment they realize that this baggage is affecting their present life. The Wheel of Fortune brings some triggers, situations that remind them of the past and bring up those old feelings. The moon obscures their ability to heal. It's too painful to deal with. I'll just bury it again. Judgment is the moment they decide whether to keep suppressing those emotions or to finally confront them and heal. It's about acknowledging the pain and allowing themselves to feel it fully. It's like, instead of pushing it down, can they create a safe space to process their emotions? This judgment might involve therapy, journaling, or other forms of self-care. It's not about dwelling on the past. It's about releasing it so they can move forward. Or okay, maybe they've been living a life that's not authentic to them. The Ace of Swords is the realization that they're not being true to themselves. The Wheel of Fortune brings some opportunities to explore their true passions and values. The Moon makes them question if it's worth changing. What would people think? Judgment is the decision to step into their truth. It's about aligning their actions with their values. It's like, are they living a life that reflects who they truly are? This judgment might involve making some difficult choices, like changing careers, ending relationships, or moving to a new place. It's not about pleasing others. It's about honoring their own inner compass. And of course, the selenite heart crystal is there to support them in all of this, right? It's helping them to connect with their authentic selves, to identify their true values, and to have the courage to live a life that's aligned with their soul's purpose. It's about self-acceptance and self-compassion. The crystal is reminding them that they are worthy of love and happiness, just as they are. It's shining a light on their inner strength and resilience, reminding them that they have the power to overcome any challenge and to create a life that's filled with joy and meaning. This crystal is helping them get to a space of knowing that they are capable, strong, and worthy of everything they desire. So, judgment is all about making a decision, right? It's about evaluating where you've been, where you are now, and where you want to go. It's about facing your fears, embracing your truth, and stepping into your power. And the selenite heart crystal is there to help you along the way, to guide you, to support you, and to remind you that you are loved, you are worthy, and you are capable of anything you set your mind to. But the decision ultimately comes down to you, you know. It's your choice to make. It's your life to live. Okay, so wow, we've covered so much ground, right? Love, career, personal growth. Judgment touches everything. And it all started with that little spark of desire, that Ace of Swords. It's amazing how one little thought can set off such a huge chain reaction, right? With the wheel of fortune spinning and spinning. And then the moon bringing all those fears and illusions to the surface. But now, with judgment, it's time to cut through the crap, you know. It's time to make a choice. So, what's the final verdict? What's this person going to decide? What path are they going to choose? Well, we don't know yet, right? Because we still have one more card to pull. And that card is going to give us the final piece of the puzzle, you know. It's going to show us the outcome of this decision, the consequences of their choice. I am so excited to see what comes next. Are you ready? Because I am. Okay. So after all that intense deliberation and decision-making, judgment is like hanging in the air, you know. We're pulling the Fool. Oh my God, the Fool. So if judgment is the big, booming voice saying, time to choose, The fool is the one who actually takes the first step, Like they're standing at the edge of the cliff and they just jump without looking, which can be like terrifying or incredibly freeing, right? It's that pure, unadulterated faith in the universe, that belief that everything is going to be okay, even if you have no idea where you're going. It's that sense of adventure, that willingness to embrace the unknown, that childlike wonder and curiosity about what life has to offer. It's like, yes, universe, I'm ready. Take me away. The fool doesn't have a plan. They don't have a map. They don't even have shoes sometimes, right? They just have a knapsack full of dreams and a heart full of hope. They're totally open to whatever comes their way, without any preconceived notions or expectations. And that's what makes them so powerful, because they're not limited by their fears or their doubts or their past experiences. They're just present in the moment, ready to embrace whatever adventure awaits them. It's like a real screw it, let's do this energy. And after judgment, after that moment of reckoning, the fool is like the perfect embodiment of that decision to move forward, to start fresh, to embrace a new beginning. It's like, okay, I've made my choice. Now, I'm just going to trust that everything is going to work out, even if I don't know how. This is not about being reckless or irresponsible, though. It's about having the courage to follow your heart, even when it leads you down an unconventional path. It's about trusting your intuition and believing in your own potential, even when others doubt you. It's about embracing uncertainty and seeing challenges as opportunities for growth. It's like the fool knows that life is a journey, not a destination, and they're just excited to see where it takes them. They're not afraid to make mistakes. They're not afraid to fall down, because they know that every experience, good or bad, is a learning opportunity. And because we're talking about unspoken desires, the fool could represent the courage to finally pursue a dream that you've been holding on to for a long time, Like, maybe you've always wanted to be a writer, but you've been too afraid to quit your job and pursue your passion. The fool is saying, what are you waiting for? Take the leap. The universe will catch you. Or maybe you've always wanted to travel the world, but you've been too afraid to leave your comfort zone. The fool is saying, pack your bags and go. Adventure awaits. It's about silencing that inner critic that's telling you all the reasons why you can't do something, and instead listening to that inner voice that's whispering, why not? It's like the fool is all about breaking free from limitations and embracing possibilities. It's about saying yes to life, even when it's scary, and trusting that you have what it takes to navigate whatever challenges come your way. So, with the selenite heart crystal still pulsing with that awakening energy, the fool is like a reminder that you have the power to create your own reality, to manifest your dreams, and to live a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. It's like the crystal is amplifying that sense of adventure and that willingness to embrace the unknown. It's giving you the courage to step outside of your comfort zone and to take a leap of faith, trusting that the universe has your back. But okay, here's the thing, right? Because we also have the moon in the mix. The fool can also be a little naive, right? A little too trusting, a little too optimistic. I mean, they're literally walking off a cliff. They're not always the most practical, you know. So, the moon is a reminder that things aren't always what they seem, that there are hidden dangers and potential pitfalls along the way. It's like the fool might be so caught up in their excitement and their enthusiasm that they don't see the warning signs, you know. They might be so eager to embrace the new adventure that they ignore their intuition or dismiss their fears. And that's where things can get a little tricky, right? Because the moon is all about illusions and deception. It's about things that are hidden beneath the surface. So, the fool might be walking into a situation that's not as good as it seems, you know. They might be trusting someone who's not trustworthy, or pursuing a dream that's not realistic. Or, maybe they're just not seeing the full picture, you know. Maybe they're only focusing on the positive aspects of the situation and ignoring the potential challenges. It's like they're wearing those rose-colored glasses that we talked about before, and they're not seeing things clearly. So, the moon is a reminder to proceed with caution, to trust your gut, and to pay attention to the red flags. It's about being aware of the potential dangers and taking steps to protect yourself. It's like the fool needs to balance their optimism with a healthy dose of skepticism, you know. They need to trust their intuition, but they also need to be realistic and practical. They need to be open to new experiences, but they also need to be aware of the potential risks. It's a delicate balance, right? But it's essential for navigating the journey successfully. The key here is to not let the potential for challenges paralyze you. The moon isn't about succumbing to fear. It's about being aware, being informed, and proceeding with a sense of groundedness, even amidst uncertainty. Think of it like this. The fool is skipping happily down the road, but the moon is shining a light on the shadows. Hey, friend, welcome, welcome. If you were drawn to the black obsidian tower, this reading is for you. Obsidian is all about illumination, right? Like bringing hidden things to light. And that totally fits our theme today: hidden worries. We're diving deep into the anxieties that might be lurking beneath the surface for this person, casting shadows on their thoughts. So yeah, get ready to uncover some stuff. Okay, first card out is the Ten of Wands. Woof, that's a lot. Like literally, a lot of wands. A lot of responsibility. A lot of weight on their shoulders. You know, when I see this card, the first thing that comes to mind is just pure exhaustion. I'm talking bone-tired, can't even think straight, exhausted. It's that feeling of being completely overwhelmed, like you're juggling way too many things, and any minute now, it's all gonna come crashing down. So, for some of you, this might be hitting really close to home, right? You might be feeling like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. And honestly, you're probably right. This isn't just about being busy, you know. It's about taking on too much, maybe feeling like you have to do everything yourself, that nobody else can handle it. It's like you've built this tower of responsibilities, brick by brick, and now you're stuck carrying it around, wondering how you even got here in the first place. And like, maybe you're even starting to resent it, you know? Like, why me? Why do I always have to be the one to do everything? But here's the thing, and I think this is really important. A lot of times, we put this pressure on ourselves. We think we have to be the strong one, the reliable one, the one who always says yes. And like, maybe that's true. Maybe people do rely on you. But at what cost? At what point do you start sacrificing your own well-being for the sake of everyone else? I think with this Ten of Wands, it's time to take a good, hard look at what you're carrying and ask yourself, do I really need to be doing all of this? Like, is there anything you can delegate? Is there anything you can let go of completely? Is there anyone you can ask for help? And I know asking for help can be so hard, especially if you're used to being the one who's always in control. But trust me, it's okay to not be okay. It's okay to admit that you're struggling. It's okay to say, hey, I need a break. And like, maybe this isn't even about external responsibilities, you know. Maybe it's about internal pressures. Maybe you're carrying around a lot of emotional baggage, past hurts, unresolved issues. Maybe you're holding on to things that are weighing you down, preventing you from moving forward. Think of it like this. Imagine you're hiking up a mountain with a giant backpack filled with rocks. Every rock represents a responsibility, a worry, a fear. And the higher you climb, the heavier that backpack gets. Eventually, you're gonna reach a point where you just can't go any further. You're gonna collapse under the weight of it all. So, what do? You gotta start taking out some of those rocks, right? You gotta lighten your load. You gotta give yourself a break. And like, this isn't about being selfish, okay? This is about self-preservation. You can't pour from an empty cup. You can't take care of others if you're not taking care of yourself. So, with this Ten of Wands, It's time to prioritize your own well-being. It's time to set some boundaries. It's time to say no to things that are draining your energy. It's time to ask for help when you need it. And honestly, this might be a really tough process. It might involve having some difficult conversations, making some hard decisions. But trust me, it's worth it. Because once you start lightening your load, you're gonna feel so much lighter, so much freer, so much more energized. You're gonna be able to breathe again. I think, too, this card can represent a fear of failure. Like you're so afraid of letting people down that you take on more than you can handle, just to prove that you're capable. But that's not sustainable, right? You can't keep running yourself into the ground just to meet other people's expectations. You gotta learn to trust your own instincts, to know your own limits, and to prioritize your own needs. And for some of you, this might be tied to your work life. You might be feeling overworked and underappreciated. You might be taking on extra projects, working long hours, just to try and get ahead. But is it really worth it? Is that extra money or that promotion really worth sacrificing your health and your happiness? I remember one time I was working this job that was just completely draining me. I was working 60 hours a week, dealing with constant stress, and I was just miserable. But I kept telling myself that I had to do it, that I had to prove myself, that I had to earn more money. And eventually, I just burned out. I got sick. I was exhausted all the time, and I just couldn't function anymore. And that's when I realized that it wasn't worth it, that my health and my well-being were more important than any job or any amount of money. So, with this 10 of Wands, I really want you to think about what's weighing you down, what's draining your energy, and what you can do to lighten your load. And don't be afraid to ask for help. Don't be afraid to say no. And don't be afraid to prioritize your own needs. Because you deserve to be happy. You deserve to be healthy. And you deserve to live a life that's not defined by stress and exhaustion. Maybe, too, this is about the stories we tell ourselves. We create this narrative that we have to be the ones doing everything, that nobody else can do it as well as we can. But that's just a story, right? It's not necessarily true. And maybe it was true at one point. Maybe you were the only one who could handle certain things. But things change, people grow, and maybe now there are other people who are capable of taking on some of those responsibilities. So, it's time to rewrite that story. It's time to start believing that you're not alone, that you don't have to do everything yourself, and that you deserve to have a life that's filled with joy and ease. Okay, so that's the 10 of Wands. Heavy, right? But necessary. Because sometimes we need to acknowledge the weight we're carrying before we can start to release it. And honestly, the next card is kind of like the ultimate release. Get ready, because the next card is the 10 of Swords. Ouch. Talk about a dramatic ending. After all that weight and struggle with the 10 of Wands, this feels like hitting rock bottom, like complete and utter defeat. that feeling of being stabbed in the back, of having all your hopes and dreams crushed. When I see this card, I think of betrayal, of disappointment, of things just not working out the way you planned. It's like you've been fighting this battle for so long, and you finally just give up. You surrender. You admit that you can't win. And this can be a really painful card to see. It can feel like everything is falling apart, like there's no hope left. But here's the thing, and this is really important. The Ten of Swords is also a card of completion. It's a card of endings. It's a card of letting go. And sometimes, the only way to move forward is to let go of the past, to release the things that are holding you back, even if it hurts. So, with this Ten of Swords, it's time to acknowledge the pain, to feel the disappointment, to grieve the loss. But it's also time to recognize that this is an ending, and that endings always make way for new beginnings. Think of it like this. Imagine you're in a dark tunnel, and you've been walking for a long time, and you can't see the end. And you're tired, and you're scared, and you just want to give up. And then, suddenly, you see a light at the end of the tunnel, and you realize that you're almost there. And you push yourself to keep going, and finally, you emerge into the light. The Ten of Swords is like that moment of emerging into the light. It's the moment when you realize that you've made it through the darkness, and that there's a whole new world waiting for you on the other side. And maybe this ending is something that's been a long time coming. Maybe you've been holding on to something that's no longer serving you. A relationship, a job, a belief system. And maybe you've been afraid to let go because you don't know what's gonna happen next. But the Ten of Swords is telling you that it's okay to let go. It's okay to move on. It's okay to start over. And for some of you, this might be related to your health. You might be dealing with a chronic illness, a physical injury, or just general exhaustion. And the Ten of Swords can represent a turning point in your health journey. It can be a moment of realizing that you need to make some serious changes in your life, that you need to prioritize your health and well-being above everything else. Or maybe this is about your mental health. Maybe you've been struggling with anxiety, depression, or other mental health issues. And the Ten of Swords can represent a moment of crisis, a moment when you realize that you can't keep going on like this, that you need to seek help. And honestly, seeking help is one of the bravest things you can do. It's a sign of strength, not weakness. It means that you're willing to admit that you're struggling, and that you're willing to do whatever it takes to get better. I think, too, this card can represent a fear of vulnerability. You're so afraid of getting hurt that you keep everyone at a distance. You build up walls around your heart, and you don't let anyone in. But the Ten of Swords is telling you that it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to let your guard down. It's okay to trust people. Because, true connection can only happen when you're willing to be open and honest about your feelings. And for some of you, this might be related to your finances. You might be dealing with debt, job loss, or other financial struggles. And like the Ten of Swords can represent a moment of financial crisis, a moment when you realize that you need to make some serious changes in your spending habits, that you need to prioritize your financial security. But here's the thing, and this is really important. Even in the midst of financial hardship, there's always hope. There are always resources available to help you get back on your feet. And it might take time and it might be hard, but you can get through it. I remember one time I was in a really bad financial situation. I had lost my job, I was in debt, and I just didn't know what to do. And I felt so ashamed and embarrassed that I didn't want to tell anyone. But eventually, I realized that I couldn't do it alone. So I reached out to my family and friends, and they were so supportive. They helped me find resources, they gave me advice, and they just listened to me when I needed to vent. And with their help, I was able to get back on my feet. So, with this Ten of Swords, I really want you to know that you're not alone. Whatever you're going through, there are people who care about you, and there are resources available to help you. Don't be afraid to reach out for help. Don't be afraid to ask for support. And don't be afraid to let go of the things that are no longer serving you. And this might be a really painful process. It might involve grieving the loss of something that was really important to you. But trust me, it's worth it. Because once you let go of the past, you're gonna create space for new opportunities to come into your life. You're gonna be able to move forward with a lighter heart and a clearer mind. Maybe, too, this is about forgiving yourself. You're holding onto guilt or regret about something that happened in the past. And you're beating yourself up about it, and you can't seem to let it go. But the Ten of Swords is telling you that it's okay to forgive yourself. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to learn from your past and move on. And for some of you, this might be related to a relationship that's ended. You might be heartbroken, angry, or confused. And the Ten of Swords can represent the finality of that ending. It can be a moment of realizing that the relationship is truly over and that it's time to move on. But here's the thing, and this is really important. Even though the relationship is over, it doesn't mean that you can't heal. It doesn't mean that you can't find love again. It just means that it's time to focus on yourself, to heal your heart, and to prepare yourself for a new relationship in the future. So, with this Ten of Swords, I really want you to focus on letting go, on forgiving yourself, and on healing your heart. And don't be afraid to feel your feelings. Don't be afraid to cry. And don't be afraid to ask for help. Because you deserve to heal. You deserve to be happy. And you deserve to find love again. Okay, that was intense. But sometimes we need to hit rock bottom before we can start to rebuild. And honestly, the next card is all about rebuilding. It's about taking control of your life and creating the future you want. So, get ready for some magic. Because the final card is the Magician. Yes. After all that heaviness, this is like a breath of fresh air. This card is all about potential, about power, about manifesting your dreams. It's like, after hitting rock bottom with the Ten of Swords, you suddenly realize that you have all the tools you need to create the life you want. When I see this card, I think of confidence, of skill, of resourcefulness. It's like you've been given all the ingredients, and now it's up to you to mix them together and create something amazing. And like, this isn't just about wishful thinking, okay? This is about taking action. It's about using your skills and talents to make your dreams a reality. It's about believing in yourself and knowing that you have the power to create the life you want. The Magician is all about taking initiative, about being proactive, about making things happen. It's not about waiting for opportunities to come to you. It's about creating your own opportunities. And like, this might involve stepping outside of your comfort zone, trying new things, and taking risks. But the Magician is telling you that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. You just have to believe in yourself and be willing to put in the work. Think of it like this. Imagine you're a chef, and you've been given a kitchen full of ingredients. You have all the tools you need to create a delicious meal, but it's up to you to decide what to make. You can follow a recipe, or you can create your own dish. You can experiment with different flavors and techniques. And like, the only limit is your imagination. The Magician is like that moment of stepping into the kitchen and realizing that you have the power to create something amazing. It's the moment of feeling inspired, of feeling energized, of feeling like anything is possible. And for some of you, this might be related to your career. You might be feeling stuck in a job that's not fulfilling, or you might be wanting to start your own business. And like, the Magician is telling you that you have the skills and talents to succeed. You just have to believe in yourself and be willing to put in the work. Or maybe this is about your relationships. Maybe you're wanting to attract a new relationship. Or maybe you're wanting to improve the relationships you already have. And like, the Magician is telling you that you have the power to create loving and fulfilling relationships. You just have to be open to giving and receiving love, and you have to be willing to communicate honestly and openly. And honestly, communication is key in any relationship. It's about being able to express your needs and desires, and it's about being able to listen to the needs and desires of others. It's about being able to resolve conflicts in a healthy and constructive way. I think, too, this card can represent a fear of success. Like, you're so afraid of failing that you don't even try. You hold yourself back. You sabotage your own efforts, and you convince yourself that you're not good enough. But the Magician is telling you that you are good enough. You are capable of success. You just have to believe in yourself and be willing to take the leap. And for some of you, this might be related to your health. You might be wanting to improve your physical health, or you might be wanting to improve your mental health. And like, the Magician is telling you that you have the power to heal yourself. You just have to be willing to make healthy choices to prioritize your well-being and to seek help when you need it. But here's the thing, and this is really important. The magician isn't just about manifesting material things. It's also about manifesting inner peace, joy, and fulfillment. It's about creating a life that's aligned with your values and your purpose. It's about living a life that's authentic and meaningful. I remember one time I was so focused on achieving external success that I completely neglected my inner well-being. I was working long hours. I was pushing myself to the limit, and I was sacrificing my health and my happiness. And eventually, I realized that it wasn't worth it. That true success comes from within, from living a life that's aligned with your values and your purpose. So with this magician card, I really want you to focus on manifesting your dreams, on taking action, and on believing in yourself. But I also want you to focus on creating a life that's authentic, meaningful, and aligned with your values. And don't be afraid to experiment. Don't be afraid to take risks. And don't be afraid to ask for help. Because you have all the tools you need to create the life you want. Maybe, too, this is about embracing your unique gifts and talents. You have something special to offer the world, something that nobody else can offer. And it's time to embrace that, to celebrate that, and to share that with the world. And for some of you, this might be related to your creativity. You might be wanting to express yourself through art, music, writing, or some other creative outlet. And the magician is telling you that you have the power to create beautiful and meaningful things. You just have to let your creativity flow and be open to inspiration. So with this magician card, I really want you to embrace your unique gifts and talents, to express yourself creatively, and to share your gifts with the world. And don't be afraid to be yourself. Don't be afraid to be different. And don't be afraid to shine your light. Because you have something special to offer the world, and the world needs you. Okay, so that's the magician. Powerful, right? After the 10 of Wands and 10 of Swords, it's okay, I've been through the ringer, but now I'm ready to create something amazing. And that's the energy I want you to carry forward. You've got this. And remember that black obsidian tower and our theme of hidden worries. So always shine a light on those anxieties and take your power back. This is going to be good, friend. I can feel it. Now, let's dig a little deeper into there. Okay, friend, okay. So after all of that, the weight of the world and then total collapse, here comes Justice. Whoa. Okay, so deep breath. This isn't necessarily as scary as it looks, even though, swords are involved again. But where the 10s were end of third kind of vibes, Justice is more about finding equilibrium, finding truth. When I see Justice, I automatically think about fairness, right? Is this person worried about things being fair? Or maybe, the opposite, are they worried that things aren't fair and that something's gonna come crashing down on them because of that? It could totally go either way. It's okay, they've been carrying all this weight, then bam, the rug gets pulled out from under them. So now, are they worried about what happens next? Because justice isn't just about, like, rainbows and unicorns, and everyone getting what they deserve in a good way. It can also be about, like, facing the music, consequences, accountability. So yeah, this could be stirring up some anxieties about, like, past actions, right? Like, oh no, is this gonna come back to bite me? Or it could be more about, like, I've been working so hard. Am I gonna finally get the recognition I deserve? See, two sides. And remember, we're using the black obsidian to illuminate, right? To see what's hidden. So what hidden worries are lurking around this whole fairness and consequences thing? What shadows are being cast on their thoughts about justice? That's what we gotta unpack. Okay, let's dive in. So, first off, let's talk about fairness. Is this person feeling like they're getting a raw deal? Like, are they putting in all this effort, remember that 10 of Wands, and not seeing the rewards? Are they feeling unappreciated, overlooked, or just plain taken advantage of? Because, like, that can breed some serious anxiety, right? It's like you're constantly waiting for the other shoe to drop, waiting for someone to finally notice how much you're doing and give you a break. Or, even worse, you're worried that they won't notice and that you'll just keep getting used. I think, for some of you, this might be really hitting home in your work life. You might be feeling like you're doing all the heavy lifting on your team, but someone else is getting all the credit. Or you might be working your butt off for a promotion that you deserve, but you're worried that someone else is gonna get it instead. And like, that's a totally valid fear, right? The workplace can be super competitive, and let's be honest, sometimes totally unfair. So, it makes sense that you'd be anxious about whether or not you're gonna get what you deserve. Or maybe this isn't about work at all. Maybe it's about your personal relationships. Are you feeling like you're always the one giving, 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 and never receiving? Are you feeling like you're putting in all the effort to maintain the relationship, while the other person is just coasting along? That can be so draining and, yeah, anxiety-inducing. You start to wonder if the other person even cares, if they even appreciate you, or if they're just taking you for granted. And like, this doesn't have to be a romantic relationship either. It could be a friendship, a family relationship, anything where you feel like the scales are tipped unfairly in one direction. It's like you're always the one calling, always the one planning things, always the one offering support. And you start to wonder, hey, when is it my turn to be supported? When is it my turn to be taken care of? But here's where it gets interesting, right? Because sometimes our perception of fairness can be a little skewed. Like, maybe we're not seeing the whole picture. Maybe the other person is contributing, but we're just not noticing it. Or maybe we have unrealistic expectations of what's fair in the first place. Like, we think that things should be 50-50 all the time, but that's just not realistic, right? Life is messy, relationships are messy, and sometimes things are gonna be unbalanced. So, with this justice card, it's really important to take a good, hard look at your expectations and your perceptions. Are you being realistic about what's fair? Are you seeing the whole picture? Are you giving the other person the benefit of the doubt? Because honestly, sometimes our anxieties are based on misunderstandings or assumptions rather than actual unfairness. I remember one time I was convinced that my friend was totally taking me for granted. I felt like I was always the one reaching out, always the one making plans, always the one offering support. And I was getting so resentful and anxious about it. But then one day, I actually talked to her about it. And it turned out that she had been going through a really tough time, and she just hadn't been able to be as present as she normally would be. And once I understood what was going on, I felt so much better. I realized that it wasn't about her not caring about me. It was just about her struggling with her own stuff. So yeah, communication is key here. If you're feeling like things are unfair, talk to the other person about it. Don't just let your anxieties fester and build up. Have an honest and open conversation about your feelings, and be willing to listen to their perspective too. Because, you might be surprised by what you hear. But okay, let's say that you've done all that. You've checked your perceptions, you've communicated your feelings, and you've still come to the conclusion that things are genuinely unfair. What do you do then? Well, that's where justice really comes into play, right? Because justice isn't just about hopping for fairness. It's about taking action to create fairness. It's about setting boundaries, standing up for yourself, and demanding what you deserve. And that can be scary, right? Especially if you're used to being a people pleaser, or if you're afraid of confrontation. But the justice card is telling you that it's time to be brave. It's time to assert yourself. It's time to fight for what's right, even if it's uncomfortable. Think about it like this. Imagine you're in a courtroom and you're arguing your case before a judge. You have to present your evidence. You have to make your arguments, and you have to convince the judge that you deserve justice. And that takes courage, right? It takes confidence. It takes a willingness to stand up for what you believe in. The justice card is calling on you to be that lawyer for yourself, to be your own advocate, to fight for your own fairness. And for some of you, this might involve making some tough decisions. It might involve ending a relationship that's no longer serving you. It might involve quitting a job that's making you miserable. It might involve cutting ties with toxic family members. And those are never easy decisions to make. But sometimes they're necessary in order to create a more fair and balanced life for yourself. I think, too, this card can be about advocating for others. Are you seeing injustice in the world around you? Are you witnessing someone being treated unfairly? The justice card might be calling on you to speak up, to take action, to be a voice for the voiceless. And this doesn't have to be some grand, sweeping gesture, right? It can be as simple as standing up for a coworker who's being bullied, or donating to a charity that supports a cause you believe in, or just having conversations with your friends and family about social justice issues. Every little bit helps. Okay, so we've talked about fairness. Now let's flip it and talk about accountability and consequences. Because, like I said earlier, justice isn't just about getting what you deserve in a good way. It's also about facing the music when you've done something wrong. And honestly, that can be a huge source of anxiety for a lot of people. Are they worried about past mistakes coming back to haunt them? Are they worried about getting caught for something they did? Are they worried about the consequences of their actions? Because, nobody wants to face the music, right? Nobody wants to admit that they screwed up. But the justice card is telling you that accountability is a necessary part of life. It's how we learn, it's how we grow, and it's how we make amends for our mistakes. And for some of you, this might be a really specific anxiety. Like, maybe you cheated on your taxes and you're worried about getting audited. Or maybe you said something hurtful to someone and you're worried about them finding out. Or maybe you made a bad decision at work and you're worried about getting fired. But for others of you, this might be a more general anxiety. Like, you just have this underlying fear that you're not living up to your potential, that you're not doing enough good in the world, that you're gonna be judged harshly for your shortcomings. And that's a pretty common fear, right? We all want to be good people, and we all want to make a positive impact on the world. But sometimes we fall short. And that can be really anxiety-inducing. I think, too, this card can represent a fear of judgment. You're so worried about what other people think of you that you're constantly second-guessing yourself, censoring yourself, and trying to be someone you're not. And that's exhausting, right? It's like you're wearing a mask all the time, and you're afraid that someone's gonna see through it and discover the real you. But the Justice card is telling you that it's okay to be yourself. It's okay to have flaws. It's okay to make mistakes. Because nobody's perfect, right? And the people who truly care about you are gonna love you for who you are, not for who you pretend to be. And honestly, trying to avoid judgment is a losing battle, right? Because no matter what you do, there's always gonna be someone who doesn't like you, who disagrees with you, or who judges you. So, instead of trying to please everyone, focus on being true to yourself. Focus on living a life that's aligned with your values. And let the chips fall where they may. But okay, let's say that you have made a mistake. You have done something wrong. What do you do then? Do you try to hide it? Do you try to deny it? Do you try to blame someone else? Well, the Justice card is telling you that none of those strategies are gonna work in the long run. Because eventually, the truth is gonna come out. And when it does, the consequences are gonna be even worse. So, the best thing to do is to own up to your mistake. Admit that you were wrong. Apologize to the people you hurt. And take steps to make amends. And that can be really hard, right? It takes humility. It takes courage. And it takes a willingness to face the consequences. but it's also the right thing to do. And in the long run, it's gonna bring you so much more peace of mind. Think about it like this. Imagine you've broken a window. You could try to hide it, you could try to deny it, or you could try to blame someone else. But eventually, someone's gonna notice the broken window. And when they do, they're gonna be even more upset that you tried to cover it up. So the best thing to do is to just admit that you broke the window. Apologize to the person whose window it is, and offer to pay for the repairs. And yeah, it's gonna be uncomfortable, but it's also gonna be a huge relief, because you're not gonna have to worry about getting caught anymore. You're not gonna have to carry that guilt around with you. You're gonna be able to move forward with a clear conscience. I remember one time, I made a really bad mistake at work. I accidentally deleted a bunch of important files, and I was terrified that I was gonna get fired. So, I tried to cover it up. I tried to fix it without telling anyone, but it just made things worse. And eventually, my boss found out. And yeah, she was upset. But she was even more upset that I had tried to hide it from her. And she ended up giving me a warning. But she also said that she respected me for owning up to my mistake and for taking responsibility for my actions. And honestly, that made all the difference, because I knew that I had done the right thing, even though it was scary. So with this justice card, it's really important to be honest with yourself and with others about your mistakes. Don't try to hide them. Don't try to deny them. And don't try to blame someone else. Own up to your actions, apologize for your mistakes, and take steps to make amends. And trust me, it's gonna bring you so much more peace of mind in the long run. Okay, so now let's link this back to those other cards, right? The 10 of Wands and the 10 of Swords. Because, those cards were all about burdens and endings. So, how does justice fit into that picture? Well, I think it's all about the consequences of carrying too much weight and then hitting rock bottom. If you're constantly taking on too much responsibility, that 10 of Wands energy eventually, you're gonna burn out, right? You're gonna make mistakes. You're gonna let people down. And you're gonna face the consequences of your actions. And that's where justice comes in. It's the universe is saying, okay, you can't keep doing this to yourself. You can't keep carrying all this weight. You need to learn to set boundaries. You need to learn to delegate. And you need to learn to prioritize your own well-being. Or, if you're holding onto something that's no longer serving you, that 10 of Swords energy eventually, it's gonna come crashing down, right? You're gonna hit rock bottom. You're gonna feel betrayed. And you're gonna face the consequences of your attachment. And that's where justice comes in. It's the universe is saying, okay, you can't keep clinging to this dead weight. You need to let go. You need to forgive. And you need to move on. So, the Justice card is really about learning from your past mistakes and making different choices in the future. It's about taking responsibility for your actions and creating a more fair and balanced life for yourself. It's about understanding that every action has a consequence, and that you have the power to choose your consequences. And for some of you, this might mean making some major changes in your life. It might mean ending a toxic relationship, quitting a dead-end job, or moving to a new city. It might mean going to therapy, starting a new hobby, or reconnecting with your spiritual side. But whatever it is, the Justice card is telling you that it's time to take control of your life and create the future you want. I think, too, this card can be about karmic payback. Like you're worried that you're gonna be punished for something you did in a past life, or that you're gonna have to pay for the sins of your ancestors. And that's a pretty heavy thought, right? But the Justice card isn't necessarily about punishment. It's more about balance. It's about the universe restoring equilibrium after a period of imbalance. So if you've been living a life that's out of alignment with your values, the universe might send you some challenges to help you get back on track. But those challenges aren't necessarily meant to punish you. They're meant to teach you, to guide you, and to help you grow. And honestly, sometimes the most difficult challenges are the ones that teach us the most valuable lessons. It's like we have to go through the darkness in order to appreciate the light. We have to experience the pain in order to understand the joy. We have to make mistakes in order to learn and grow. So, with this Justice card, it's really important to trust that the universe has your back. Even when things are tough, even when you're facing challenges, the universe is always working to help you become the best version of yourself. And that's a pretty comforting thought, right? Okay, so we've talked about fairness, accountability, consequences, and karma. But there's one more aspect of the Justice card that I want to touch on: honesty. Because, justice is all about truth, right? It's about seeing things as they really are, not as we want them to be. And that requires a lot of honesty, both with ourselves and with others. Are they being honest with themselves about their feelings? Are they being honest with themselves about their needs? Are they being honest with themselves about their desires? Because, so often we lie to ourselves, right? We tell ourselves that we're okay when we're not, that we don't need anything when we do, that we don't want something when we really do. And that can be a huge source of anxiety, because deep down, we know that we're not being true to ourselves. And that creates a sense of unease, a sense of disconnect, a sense of, anxiety. Or are they being honest with others? Are they telling the truth in their relationships? Are they being transparent in their dealings with other people? Are they keeping secrets or hiding things? Because, dishonesty can really erode trust, right? And when trust is gone, it's really hard to build it back. So if they're not being honest with the people in their lives, that could be causing a lot of anxiety. I think, too, this card can represent a fear of vulnerability. They're so afraid of getting hurt that they keep everyone at a distance. They build up walls around their heart, and they don't let anyone in. But the Justice card is telling them that vulnerability is a strength, not a weakness. It's okay to be open and honest about your feelings. It's okay to let your guard down. It's okay to trust people. Because, like, true connection can only happen when you're willing to be vulnerable. And honestly, being vulnerable can be scary, right? It means risking getting hurt. It means risking getting rejected. It means risking getting judged. But it also means opening yourself up to love, to joy, and to connection. And that's worth the risk, right? So, with this justice card, it's really important to be honest with yourself and with others. Don't lie, don't deceive, and don't keep secrets. Be true to yourself, be true to your values, and be true to your word. And trust me, it's gonna bring you so much more peace of mind in the long run. Okay, friend, wow, that was a lot. Justice is heavy, but it's also about finding that balance and truth after the chaos of the Ten of Wands and Ten of Swords. It's like, okay, what's really fair here? What consequences am I facing? And how can I be more honest with myself and others? Phew. So, what do they need to learn from all this? What's the path forward? That's what we're gonna find out with the next card. Get ready. Okay, friend, okay. So, wow, after all of that, seriously intense energy pulling the star feels like a relief, right? Like a breath of fresh air after being underwater for way too long. I mean, 10 of Wands, 10 of Swords, Justice. That's a heavy combo. But the star, it's like a gentle light at the end of a really dark tunnel. But B-U-T. And you knew there was gonna be a but, didn't you? Even with this card of hope and healing, we still gotta remember our black obsidian tower, right? We're still looking for those hidden worries. So, what if this person is afraid to hope? What if they're so used to things going wrong that they're terrified of getting their hopes up, only to have them crushed again? You know, it's like they've been through so much. They've hit rock bottom. They've faced the music with justice. Are they even ready to believe that things can get better? I think, for some people, that can be a really real fear. I've been hurt so many times before. Why should I believe that this time will be any different? And that's where those hidden worries can really creep in, right? It's like you're subconsciously sabotaging your own happiness because you're afraid of getting disappointed again. You're holding yourself back from fully embracing the hope that the star is offering. And honestly, that's totally understandable. It's a defense mechanism, right? You're trying to protect yourself from further pain. But the thing is, by doing that, you're also preventing yourself from experiencing joy and fulfillment. You're stuck in this cycle of fear and negativity. So, with this star card, I think the first step is to acknowledge that fear, to admit that you're afraid to hope, to say, okay, yeah, I'm scared, but I'm also willing to try. You know, it's like taking a baby step towards the light. And that's where the healing comes in, right? Because healing isn't about pretending that you're not hurting. It's about acknowledging the pain, processing it, and then finding ways to move forward. It's about learning from your past experiences and using them to create a better future for yourself. It's about forgiving yourself for your mistakes and letting go of the things that are holding you back. Okay, so let's dive a little deeper into this whole hope and healing thing, right? Because the star isn't just about, like, blind optimism. It's not about ignoring your problems and pretending that everything is perfect. It's about having a realistic sense of hope. It's about believing that things can get better, even when they're tough. It's about finding the strength to keep going, even when you feel like giving up. And that's a really important distinction, right? Because false hope can actually be really damaging. It can lead you to make bad decisions, to ignore red flags, and to set yourself up for disappointment. But realistic hope is grounded in reality. It's based on a clear understanding of your situation and a willingness to take action to improve it. So, with this star card, it's really important to ask yourself, what am I hoping for specifically? Are you hoping for a miracle? Are you hoping for someone to come and rescue you? Or are you hoping for something that you can actually create yourself? Because, the universe isn't just gonna hand you everything on a silver platter. You have to be willing to put in the work, to make the effort, and to take responsibility for your own life. And honestly, that can be scary, right? It means stepping outside of your comfort zone. It means taking risks, and it means facing the possibility of failure. But it's also incredibly empowering, because it means that you're in control of your own destiny. You're not just waiting for things to happen, you're making them happen. I think, too, this card can be about finding inspiration. You've been feeling lost and directionless, but the star is shining a light on your path. It's helping you to see your true potential and to connect with your inner purpose. And that can be a really transformative experience. It can give you a sense of meaning and purpose that you've been lacking. It can inspire you to pursue your dreams, to take action, and to make a difference in the world. But again, we gotta look at those hidden worries, right? What if they're afraid of their own potential? What if they're afraid of shining too brightly? What if they're afraid of what other people will think of them if they actually start living their truth? Because Okay, my friend. Wow, the labradorite tree is just stunning, isn't it? I'm so excited to dive into this reading for you. With the labradorite tree representing awakening, and our theme being rooted beliefs, it feels like we're about to uncover some really deep truths about what makes you, you. Like, what really drives you at your core. Okay, so let's get into these cards because, oh my gosh, they're already telling such a story. Strength, 5 of Swords, and the Hierophant. Okay, first, strength. When I see strength, especially paired with this labradorite energy, I don't immediately think of, like, physical strength, you know. It's more about inner fortitude, that quiet power that comes from knowing yourself and standing your ground. But given our theme of rooted beliefs, I think this strength is specifically tied to your convictions, the things you believe in at your core. Like, what are you willing to fight for? Not necessarily in a physical way, but what principles are so important to you that you defend them, you know, even if it's unpopular. I feel like, right now, you are being called to embody this strength, to really own your beliefs, to not back down from what you know to be true, even if it's scary, even if it means going against the grain. And it's interesting because, with the labradorite, which is all about awakening, it makes me wonder if some of those rooted beliefs are actually being challenged right now. Are you starting to question things you've always accepted as truth? Are you realizing that some of those beliefs maybe don't align with who you truly are anymore? Because that's where the strength comes in, right? It's not just about blindly clinging to old ideas. It's about having the courage to reevaluate, to refine, to update your beliefs so that they truly reflect your authentic self. And that takes guts, you know. It's way easier to just go along with the crowd, to accept what you've been told. But you, my friend, you're being called to something bigger, something more meaningful. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper. What kind of beliefs are we talking about here? It could be anything, really. It could be religious beliefs, political beliefs, beliefs about relationships, about success, about the world in general. But the key thing is that these are beliefs that are deeply ingrained in you, beliefs that have shaped your identity, beliefs that you may not even realize you're holding onto. And the Strength card is asking you to examine them, to see if they're truly serving you, or if they're holding you back. Maybe you were raised with certain expectations, certain ideas about what's right and wrong, what's possible and impossible. And maybe those ideas worked for a while, but now you're starting to feel like they're not quite the right fit anymore. Maybe you're realizing that you have different values, different dreams, different desires than the people who raised you. And that can be a really confusing and challenging experience, you know. It can feel like you're betraying your family, or betraying your culture, or betraying your own past. But the truth is, you're not betraying anyone. You're just growing, you're evolving, you're becoming more fully yourself. And that's what the Strength card is all about. It's about embracing that growth, embracing that evolution, and having the courage to stand in your own truth, even if it's different from what you've always known. Maybe this looks like standing up to your family about a life choice. You know, a career, a relationship. Or maybe it's something more internal, like finally accepting a part of yourself that you've always tried to suppress. For example, maybe you've always been told that you need to be practical, that you need to focus on making money, that you need to have a stable job. But deep down, you're an artist, you're a creative, you're a free spirit. And you've been trying to ignore that part of yourself for years, but it's just not working anymore. It's like this inner voice that keeps getting louder and louder, demanding to be heard. So the Strength card is saying, listen to that voice. Honor that part of yourself. It doesn't mean you have to quit your job and run off to Paris to become a painter. But it does mean finding ways to express your creativity, to nurture your soul, to live a life that feels authentic to you. Or, you know, maybe it's about relationships. Maybe you've always believed that you need to be in a relationship to be happy, that you need to find your other half to feel complete. But now you're starting to realize that you're perfectly whole and complete on your own, and that you don't need anyone else to validate you or to make you feel worthy. So the Strength card is saying, embrace your independence, enjoy your own company, focus on your own growth and happiness. And if a relationship comes along that enhances your life, great. But don't go looking for it out of a sense of neediness or desperation. See, it's all about challenging those limiting beliefs, those old stories that you've been telling yourself for years. It's about rewriting your narrative, creating a new story that's more empowering, more aligned with your true potential. And that requires strength, my friend. It requires courage. It requires a willingness to step outside your comfort zone and to embrace the unknown. And with this Labradorite, I know you have that strength within you. It's just waiting to be awakened. But okay, here's where it gets really interesting, because then we have the Five of Swords. And this card, oh boy, this card is all about conflict. But it's not just any kind of conflict. It's a specific kind of conflict. It's the kind of conflict that involves ego, that involves power struggles, that involves winning at all costs. And usually, somebody ends up feeling defeated, humiliated, or betrayed. So, yeah, not a fun card. But in the context of our reading, with the Strength card and the rooted beliefs, it makes me think that this conflict is probably related to those beliefs. Maybe you're facing opposition from someone who doesn't share your beliefs, or who feels threatened by your beliefs. Maybe you're in a situation where you have to defend your beliefs, or where you're being challenged to compromise your beliefs. Or maybe you're even in conflict with yourself, struggling to reconcile your old beliefs with your new understanding. You know, I feel like the Five of Swords often shows up when we're trying to prove ourselves right, when we're so attached to our own perspective that we're not willing to see things from another person's point of view. It's like we get caught up in this battle of egos, where the goal is to win, to be right, to come out on top. And in the process, we end up hurting ourselves and others. And it's interesting because with the Strength card, it's tempting to think that you need to use your strength to win this battle, to defeat your opponent, to prove that you're right. But I don't think that's what the Strength card is telling you to do at all. I think the Strength card is telling you to rise above the conflict, to not get sucked into the drama, to maintain your composure and your integrity, even when others are trying to provoke you. Maybe it is a family disagreement that has been brewing for a while, and you're just not seeing eye to eye. Or maybe it is something at work where you're being challenged. It feels like it's not something small, though. This is something that is deeply seated. Like, imagine you're in a debate with someone about politics, and they're saying things that you find offensive or ignorant. It would be easy to get angry, to get defensive, to try to prove them wrong. But the Strength card is saying, don't do that. Take a deep breath. Listen to what they're saying. Try to understand their perspective, even if you don't agree with it. And then respond with kindness, with compassion, with respect. You don't have to compromise your own beliefs, but you don't have to attack theirs either. You can simply state your own truth without trying to force it on anyone else. Or, maybe it's about a relationship. Maybe you're in a conflict with your partner about something important, like money or parenting or values. And it's tempting to try to control them, to manipulate them, to get them to see things your way. But the Strength card is saying, don't do that either. Trust that they have their own reasons for feeling the way they do. Try to communicate your needs and your desires in a clear and respectful way. And be willing to compromise, to find a solution that works for both of you. The Five of Swords can also represent internal conflict, like I was saying earlier. Maybe you're struggling with conflicting beliefs within yourself. Like maybe you believe in being kind and compassionate, but you also believe in being assertive and standing up for yourself. And sometimes those two beliefs can feel like they're in opposition to each other. Like if you're too kind, you might feel like you're being a pushover. But if you're too assertive, you might feel like you're being a jerk. So the Five of Swords can represent that inner struggle, that feeling of being torn between two different values. But the Strength card is saying that you don't have to choose one over the other. You can find a way to integrate both of those values into your life. You can be kind and compassionate without being a pushover. And you can be assertive and stand up for yourself without being a jerk. It's all about finding that balance, that middle ground, where you can honor both of those aspects of yourself. Because the truth is, you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to always be right. You don't have to win every argument. You just have to be true to yourself and to act with integrity and compassion. So, with the Five of Swords, it's crucial to ask yourself, what am I really fighting for here? Is it about proving myself right? Is it about winning? Is it about control? Or is it about something deeper, something more meaningful? Is it about protecting my values? Is it about standing up for what I believe in? Is it about creating a better world? Because if it's about something deeper, then the Strength card can help you to navigate that conflict with grace and with power. It can help you to stay grounded in your values, to communicate with clarity and compassion, and to find a solution that serves the highest good for everyone involved. But if it's just about ego, then you're likely to end up feeling defeated and drained. And this is where the Hierophant comes in. The Hierophant is all about tradition, about institutions, about established systems of belief. It's about the rules, the structures, the customs that we inherit from our families, from our cultures, from our societies. And in some ways, the Hierophant can provide a sense of comfort and security. It can give us a framework for understanding the world, a set of guidelines for how to live our lives. But the Hierophant can also be limiting, can be restrictive, can stifle our individuality and our creativity. It can pressure us to conform, to fit in, to follow the rules, even when those rules don't align with our own values or our own truths. So, in the context of our reading, with the Strength card and the Five of Swords, the Hierophant makes me think that your rooted beliefs are probably very influenced by tradition, by your upbringing, by the expectations of your community. Like maybe you were raised in a family where certain beliefs were considered sacred, where questioning those beliefs was seen as disrespectful or even dangerous. Or maybe you belong to a religious or cultural group that has very strict rules about how to live your life. And it makes you wonder if the conflict you were just thinking about has to do with those beliefs. And maybe that strength is about how you are breaking free from these expectations. Maybe it is about finally doing what you want instead of what others want. I feel like this is building to something huge for you, my friend. This is like the climax of a movie, and the Hierophant is like a gatekeeper of those traditions, of those beliefs. And so, you're at this crossroads. Do you continue to follow the path that's been laid out for you? Do you continue to adhere to the rules and the expectations of your community? Or do you forge your own path? Do you create your own set of beliefs? Do you live your life according to your own values? The thing with the Hierophant, though, is that it's not always a bad thing. Tradition can be a beautiful thing. It can connect us to our past. It can give us a sense of belonging. It can provide us with a sense of meaning and purpose. But tradition can also become stagnant, can become oppressive, can become a barrier to our growth and our happiness. And so, the key is to find that balance, to honor the traditions that resonate with you, but to also be willing to question the traditions that don't, to create your own unique blend of tradition and innovation, of conformity and individuality. Like, maybe you were raised to believe that you need to get married and have children to be happy. And maybe that's something that you genuinely want. But maybe it's something that you're doing because you feel like you have to, because it's what's expected of you. So the Hierophant is saying, examine that belief. Is it truly your own? Or is it something that you've internalized from your family or your culture? And if it's not truly your own, then give yourself permission to let it go. To create your own definition of happiness, one that's based on your own values and your own desires. Or, maybe you were raised to believe that you need to follow a certain career path to be successful. Like, maybe you were told that you need to become a doctor, or a lawyer, or an engineer, because those are the good jobs, the ones that will make you money and give you security. But maybe you're not passionate about those things. Maybe you have a different calling, a different dream. So the Hierophant is saying, question that belief. Is it truly serving you? Or is it holding you back from pursuing your true passion? And if it's holding you back, then give yourself permission to explore other options. To take a risk, to follow your heart, to create a career that's aligned with your soul. The Hierophant in this situation is urging you to find that balance between honoring tradition and forging your own path. It's about being respectful of the past, but not being bound by it. It's about creating a future that's both meaningful and authentic. And that requires a deep understanding of your own values, your own beliefs, and your own desires. It requires a willingness to question everything, to challenge everything, to create your own unique set of rules for living your life. So, what does this all mean for you? Well, it means that you're at a pivotal moment in your life. You're being called to examine your rooted beliefs, to challenge the traditions that don't resonate with you, and to create a life that's more aligned with your authentic self. It means that you're going to face some conflict along the way, both internal and external. But you have the strength to navigate that conflict with grace and with power. You have the courage to stand up for what you believe in, to honor your own truth, and to create a future that's both meaningful and fulfilling. This is huge. I am so excited for you. And wow, this is just the beginning of the story, We've laid the foundation. We've identified the core conflict. And now we're ready to see how it all plays out. What choices will you make? What challenges will you overcome? What kind of future will you create? I can't wait to see what the next cards reveal. Okay, so, wow, where do we even begin? That was a lot, right? Strength, 5 of Swords, and the Hierophant. Seriously intense stuff, especially when you're talking about rooted beliefs, and that Labradorite energy just amplifying everything. It feels like we've been digging deep, like peeling back layers of an onion. And sometimes that makes you cry a little, right? But it's also so freeing, so liberating, to finally see what's underneath all those layers, to understand what's really driving you, what's been holding you back. And now, oh my gosh, now we have the Wheel of Fortune. Seriously, this is the perfect card to come up right now. After all that intensity, all that questioning, all that potential conflict, the Wheel of Fortune is like a breath of fresh air. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've done the hard work. You've faced your fears. You've challenged your beliefs. Now it's time to let go and trust the process. Because the wheel, it's all about cycles, about change, about the ups and downs of life. It's about recognizing that nothing stays the same forever, that everything is constantly evolving, constantly shifting. And that's especially true when it comes to our beliefs, right? Like, what you believed 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, might not be what you believe today. And that's okay. That's a sign of growth, a sign of awakening. And with that labradorite tree, which is all about, awakening and unlocking hidden potential, it feels like this wheel of fortune is specifically highlighting a turning point in your journey of self-discovery. Like you're on the verge of a major breakthrough, a major shift in perspective. You're about to see things in a whole new light. And honestly, it's so exciting. Because, think about it. The wheel is always turning, right? It's always moving. And sometimes you're on top of the wheel, feeling like you're on top of the world. And sometimes you're at the bottom, feeling like you're stuck in a rut. But the key thing is to remember that it's always temporary, that the wheel will keep turning, and eventually you'll be back on top again. But it's not just about passively waiting for the wheel to turn, It's about actively participating in the process, about learning from your experiences, about adapting to change, about embracing the unknown. And that's where the strength card comes back in, right? Because it takes strength to let go of control, to trust the universe, to surrender to the flow of life. So, in the context of your rooted beliefs, the Wheel of Fortune is saying that it's time to release any beliefs that are no longer serving you. It's time to let go of any old stories that are holding you back. It's time to embrace new possibilities, new perspectives, new ways of thinking. But what does that actually look like? I mean, it's easy to say, let go of your beliefs, but it's a lot harder to actually do it, right? Especially when those beliefs are so deeply ingrained, so tied to your identity. Well, I think it starts with awareness. It starts with recognizing that your beliefs are not fixed, that they're not set in stone. They're just ideas, just concepts, just stories that you've been telling yourself for years. And you have the power to change those stories, to rewrite those narratives, to create a new reality for yourself. And the Wheel of Fortune is amplifying that ability, that moment of change. It is so cool. So maybe you've always believed that you're not good enough, that you're not worthy of love or success. Maybe you've always believed that you're destined to struggle, to suffer, to live a life of mediocrity. But those are just beliefs, They're not facts. And you can choose to believe something different. You can choose to believe that you are good enough, that you are worthy of love and success. You can choose to believe that you are capable of creating a life of joy, of abundance, of fulfillment. The Wheel of Fortune is saying that anything is possible, that the universe is full of infinite potential, and that you have the power to tap into that potential and to create the life of your dreams. But here's the thing. The Wheel of Fortune is not just about positive change, about good luck, about happy endings. It's also about challenges, about setbacks, about unexpected twists and turns. Because that's just part of life, right? You can't have the good without the bad, the up without the down. And so, the Wheel of Fortune is also a reminder that you need to be prepared for anything, that you need to be resilient, that you need to be able to adapt to change, no matter what comes your way. And that's where the Five of Swords comes back in, right? Because the Five of Swords is all about conflict, about challenges, about difficult situations. And so, the Wheel of Fortune is saying that you might face some opposition as you start to challenge your beliefs, that you might encounter some obstacles as you start to pursue your dreams. But you can't let that stop you. You can't let that discourage you. You need to stay strong, stay focused, stay true to yourself. And you need to remember that every challenge is an opportunity for growth, that every setback is a chance to learn and to improve. Maybe you'll face criticism from your family or your friends who don't understand your new beliefs or your new direction. Maybe you'll experience some failures or setbacks as you try to achieve your goals. Maybe you'll even start to doubt yourself, to question whether you're on the right path. But the Wheel of Fortune is saying that those challenges are not a sign that you're doing something wrong. They're just a sign that you're growing, that you're evolving, that you're becoming more fully yourself. And so, you need to embrace those challenges, to learn from them, and to use them as fuel to keep moving forward. Think of it like this. That wheel is like a car, and you're driving along, going where you need to go. But the road isn't always clear, is it? There are bumps, there are turns, there are other cars. And sometimes you get a flat tire. You hit a pothole and bam. You're stuck on the side of the road, changing a tire. That's like the Five of Swords. It's a challenge, it's a setback. It's something you didn't expect. But it doesn't mean you can't get to your destination, does it? It just means you have to take a break, fix the tire, and get back on the road. And maybe you even learn something from it. Maybe you learn how to change a tire yourself, so you don't have to rely on anyone else. Or maybe you realize that you need to be more careful, to watch out for those potholes. Or maybe you just appreciate the smooth road a little more after having to deal with the rough patch. The wheel is constantly going, constantly teaching. And it is the same thing with your beliefs. When you start to question them, when you start to change them, you are bound to face some challenges. You might lose some friends who don't agree with you. You might have some difficult conversations with your family. You might even feel like you're losing your identity, like you don't know who you are anymore. But those challenges are just part of the process. They're just the potholes on the road, and you can get through them. You can learn from them, and you can come out stronger on the other side. The Wheel of Fortune is saying that even though it might not always be easy, it's always worth it. It's always worth it to live a life that's true to yourself, to honor your own values, to pursue your own dreams. because that's the only way to truly be happy, to truly be fulfilled. And you know what else is interesting? The Wheel of Fortune is often associated with luck, with chance, with destiny. It's like the universe has a plan for you, and you're just along for the ride. But I don't think it's quite that simple. I think the Wheel of Fortune is more about aligning yourself with the universe, about getting into the flow of life. It's about recognizing that you have the power to create your own luck, to shape your own destiny. But you can't do it by force, by trying to control everything. You have to do it by surrendering, by trusting, by allowing the universe to guide you. It's like learning to surf, you know. You can't just paddle out into the ocean and expect to catch a wave. You have to watch the waves, feel the energy of the water, and wait for the right moment. And then you have to let go, trust your instincts, and ride the wave. Sometimes you'll wipe out, you'll fall off your board, you'll get tumbled around in the water. But you just have to get back up, paddle back out, and try again. And eventually, you'll catch that perfect wave that takes you all the way to the shore. That's how the Wheel of Fortune works. You have to be willing to take risks, to step outside your comfort zone, to embrace the unknown. And you have to trust that the universe will support you, that it will guide you, that it will bring you exactly what you need, exactly when you need it. Like, think about it. If you're always trying to control everything, if you're always trying to force things to happen, you're going to miss out on so many opportunities. You're going to be so focused on your own agenda that you won't be able to see the signs, to hear the whispers, to feel the nudges that the universe is sending you. You know, it's like when you're driving in a new city and you're so focused on following the GPS that you don't even notice the beautiful scenery around you. You're so worried about getting to your destination that you forget to enjoy the journey. The Wheel of Fortune is saying that you need to loosen your grip, that you need to relax, that you need to trust that you're exactly where you're supposed to be, even if it doesn't always feel like it. Because the universe has a funny way of working things out, of bringing you what you need in unexpected ways. And sometimes, the best things that happen to you are the things that you never planned, the things that you never saw coming. So like, in the context of your rooted beliefs, the Wheel of Fortune is saying that you need to be open to new possibilities, to new perspectives, to new ways of thinking. You need to be willing to let go of your old beliefs, even if they're comfortable, even if they're familiar. You need to trust that the universe will guide you to the beliefs that are right for you, the beliefs that will support your growth, the beliefs that will help you to create the life of your dreams. And you need to remember that it's okay to change your mind, that it's okay to evolve, that it's okay to believe something different than what you've always believed. Because that's how you grow, that's how you learn, that's how you become more fully yourself. You know, I think about the Hierophant here too, because that card is all about tradition, about the established order, about the way things have always been done. And so, the Wheel of Fortune is like a direct challenge to the Hierophant. It's saying that the old ways are not always the best ways, that tradition is not always the right path, that you need to be willing to question everything, to challenge everything, to create your own unique way of living. But it's not about rejecting tradition altogether. It's about finding a balance between tradition and innovation, between conformity and individuality. It's about honoring the traditions that resonate with you, but also being willing to let go of the traditions that don't. Like, maybe you were raised in a certain religion, and you still value some of the teachings of that religion, but you don't agree with everything. So, you can choose to keep the parts that resonate with you and to let go of the parts that don't. You can create your own spiritual path, one that's based on your own beliefs, your own experiences, your own values. Or maybe you were raised in a certain culture and you still feel a connection to that culture, but you don't want to be limited by its expectations. So you can choose to honor your cultural heritage, but also to express your individuality, to pursue your own dreams, to live your life in a way that's authentic to you. The wheel is urging a balance. And honestly, I think the crystal is really amplifying all of this. The Labradorite is like saying, yeah, you can honor where you came from, but you don't have to be defined by it. You have the power to create your own identity, to shape your own destiny, to become the person that you were always meant to be. And that's so exciting, because it means that you're not stuck, that you're not limited, that you're not bound by your past. You have the freedom to choose your own future, to create your own reality. And the Wheel of Fortune is like a symbol of that freedom, a reminder that anything is possible. So, what does this all mean for you right now? Well, it means that you're at a turning point in your life, a moment of great potential, a time of great change. You're being called to let go of your old beliefs, to embrace new possibilities, to trust the universe, and to create the life of your dreams. It means that you might face some challenges along the way, but you have the strength to overcome them. You have the resilience to adapt to change, and you have the wisdom to learn from your experiences. It means that you need to be open to new opportunities, to new perspectives, to new ways of thinking. You need to be willing to take risks, to step outside your comfort zone, to embrace the unknown. And you need to trust that the universe will support you, that it will guide you, that it will bring you exactly what you need, exactly when you need it. Because the Wheel of Fortune is not just about luck, it's about alignment. It's about getting into the flow of life, about surrendering to the universe, about trusting that everything is happening for a reason. And when you can do that, when you can truly let go and trust, that's when the magic happens. That's when the wheel starts to turn in your favor. That's when you start to create the life that you were always meant to live. And thinking about this whole situation, it's almost like you're shedding an old skin, like a snake. You're leaving behind the beliefs and traditions that no longer serve you, and you're emerging as a new, more authentic version of yourself. And that can be a little scary, right? Because it means stepping into the unknown. It means facing your fears. It means letting go of what's familiar and comfortable. But it's also incredibly liberating because it means that you're finally free to be yourself, to live your life on your own terms, to create a future that's aligned with your soul. And that's what the Wheel of Fortune is all about. It's about embracing that freedom, about celebrating that potential, about trusting that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. And honestly, with this Labradorite tree, I feel like you're more than ready for this journey. You have the strength, you have the courage, you have the wisdom, and you have the support of the universe. You just need to trust yourself, trust your intuition, and trust the process. And remember, the wheel is always turning. So, even if you face some challenges, even if you experience some setbacks, just know that it's temporary, that the wheel will keep turning, and that eventually you'll be back on top again. And in the meantime, just enjoy the ride, because that's what life is all about, right? It's about the journey, not the destination. It's about learning, growing, evolving, and becoming more fully yourself. And the Wheel of Fortune is like a reminder to embrace that journey, to celebrate that process, and to trust that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Like, one thing I'm super curious about is how this is going to affect your relationships. Because when you start to change your beliefs, it can definitely have an impact on the people around you. Some people might be supportive, some people might be resistant, and some people might just not understand. And that's okay. You can't control how other people react to your changes. You can only control how you react to them. So if you have people in your life who are not supportive of your new beliefs, you might need to create some boundaries, to limit your interactions with them, or even to let them go altogether. And that can be really hard, especially if these are people who you've been close to for a long time. But you need to remember that you're not responsible for their happiness. You're only responsible for your own. And if they're not willing to support your growth, then they're not serving your highest good. On the other hand, you might find that your new beliefs attract new people into your life. People who are more aligned with your values. People who are more supportive of your dreams. People who just get you. And that can be such a blessing. Because it's so important to surround yourself with people who lift you up, who inspire you, who encourage you to be your best self. So, be open to new connections. Be willing to put yourself out there. And be selective about who you let into your inner circle. Because the people you surround yourself with can have a huge impact on your life. And honestly, I am just getting so excited thinking about all of the awesome possibilities that can come with this. New relationships, new perspectives, new opportunities. It is just so cool. Like, I'm also wondering how this is going to affect your career. Because if you're challenging your beliefs, you might also be challenging your career path. Maybe you're realizing that you're not passionate about what you're doing, that you're not aligned with your company's values, or that you're not using your gifts and talents to their full potential. And if that's the case, you might need to make some changes. You might need to look for a new job, start your own business, or even completely change your career path. And that can be scary, right? Because it means stepping into the unknown. It means taking a risk. It means potentially giving up a stable income. But it can also be incredibly rewarding because it means that you're finally doing what you love, that you're finally using your gifts and talents to make a difference in the world. And the Wheel of Fortune is like saying that now is the time to take that leap of faith, to follow your passion, to create a career that's aligned with your soul. Because when you're doing what you love, you're going to be more motivated, more engaged, and more successful. And you're also going to attract more opportunities into your life because people are drawn to passion, to enthusiasm, to authenticity. So, don't be afraid to take a risk, to step outside your comfort zone, and to pursue your dreams. Because the Wheel of Fortune is saying that the universe is on your side, that it's going to support you every step of the way. But it's also important to be practical, to be realistic, and to have a plan. You can't just quit your job tomorrow and expect everything to work out. You need to do your research, to save some money, to network with people in your industry, and to create a solid business plan. Because the Wheel of Fortune is not a guarantee of success. It's just an opportunity. And it's up to you to seize that opportunity and to make the most of it. So, be smart, be strategic, and be prepared to work hard. Because the universe rewards those who take action, who are willing to put in the effort, and who never give up on their dreams. Okay, so, overall, the Wheel of Fortune is a really powerful card, especially in the context of your rooted beliefs and that Labradorite energy. It's saying that you're at a turning point in your life, a moment of great potential, a time of great change. You're being called to let go of your old beliefs, to embrace new possibilities, to trust the universe, and to create the life of your dreams. And it's also saying that you might face some challenges along the way, but you have the strength to overcome them, the resilience to adapt to change, and the wisdom to learn from your experiences. So be open to new opportunities, be willing to take risks, and be selective about who you surround yourself with. And remember, the wheel is always turning. So, even if you face some setbacks, just know that it's temporary, that the wheel will keep turning, and that eventually you'll be back on top again. Okay, wow, I feel like we've covered so much ground here. Like this is a huge reading, and it feels like it's really resonating with you, right? I mean, I can just feel the energy, like you're nodding, you're smiling, you're like, yes, that's totally me. And that's so awesome, because it means that we're on the right track, that we're tapping into something real, something meaningful, something that's going to help you to create a better future for yourself. But we're not done yet, you know. We still have 3 more cards to pull. and I'm so excited to see what they reveal, because I feel like they're going to give us even more clarity, even more guidance, even more inspiration. Like, the Wheel of Fortune is just one piece of the puzzle, and we need to see how it fits in with the other cards. What are the challenges that you're going to face? What are the opportunities that you're going to encounter? What are the choices that you're going to need to make? And how can you use your strength, your wisdom, and your intuition to navigate this journey and to create the life of your dreams? I can't wait to find out. I have no idea what's coming next, but I'm like so excited. Okay, let's see. Let me just shuffle these cards again. Get them all nice and mixed up, and then we'll pull the next card. Are you ready? I'm ready. Okay, so, oh my gosh, are you ready for this? Because I just pulled the next card, and it is the Fool. The Fool. Seriously. After all that serious, heavy stuff, we get the Fool. This is like either the best thing ever, or, like the universe is messing with us. But okay, no, I'm feeling good about this. I'm feeling really good about this. Because think about it. After the Wheel of Fortune, which is all about cycles and change and trusting the flow, the Fool is like taking that leap of faith. It is like jumping off a cliff, but in a good way, So the Wheel of Fortune is telling you to trust the universe, to embrace change, to let go of what's not serving you anymore. And then bam, here comes the Fool, saying, okay, now go do something completely crazy, something totally unexpected, something that scares the crap out of you. Like, seriously, universe, are you trying to give her a heart attack? But no, I think this is actually perfect. Because, think about all the cards we've already seen. We had Strength, which is all about inner courage and standing up for what you believe in. We had the Five of Swords, which is about conflict and challenging beliefs. We had the Hierophant, which is about tradition and established systems. And then we had the Wheel of Fortune, which is about change and trusting the flow. So, the Fool is like the culmination of all of that. It's like saying, okay, you've learned all these lessons, you've faced all these challenges, you've questioned all these beliefs. Now it's time to put it all into action. It's time to take a risk, to step outside your comfort zone, and to embrace the unknown. But it's also super interesting because, we have the Hierophant right before it, which is like tradition, right? Like, follow the rules. And here comes the Fool being like, nah, I'm good. Like, he's literally walking off a cliff. It's like the universe is saying, so, you want to break free? Here's your sign. But you actually have to do it. So, with that Labradorite, that awakening energy, this is just getting me so hyped. And the thing about the Fool is that he's not stupid. He's not reckless. He's not irresponsible, even though it might look like it. He's actually incredibly wise, incredibly intuitive, incredibly trusting. He knows that the universe has his back, that everything is going to be okay, even if it doesn't look like it in the moment. He's willing to take a risk, to step into the unknown, because he knows that that's where the real magic happens. moments where you discover new possibilities, new opportunities, new aspects of yourself. So, in the context of your rooted beliefs, the Fool is saying that it's time to let go of any limiting beliefs that are holding you back from living your fullest potential. It's time to challenge the traditions and expectations that don't resonate with you anymore. It's time to embrace your individuality, to follow your heart, and to create a life that's aligned with your soul. It's time to be a little bit foolish, to take a chance on yourself, to trust that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. But okay, what does that actually mean in practice, right? I mean, it's easy to say be a fool, but it's a lot harder to actually do it. Especially when you've been conditioned to be responsible, to be practical, to be cautious. Well, I think it starts with identifying those limiting beliefs, those old stories that you've been telling yourself for years. Like, what are you afraid of? What's holding you back? What's preventing you from taking that leap of faith? And then, once you've identified those fears, it's time to challenge them, to question them, to see if they're actually true, or if they're just stories that you've made up in your head. For example, maybe you've always believed that you're not good enough, that you're not worthy of love or success. Maybe you've always believed that you're destined to struggle, to suffer, to live a life of mediocrity. But are those beliefs actually true? Or are they just stories that you've inherited from your family, from your culture, from your past experiences? And if they're just stories, then you have the power to change them. You have the power to rewrite your narrative, to create a new reality for yourself. You can choose to believe that you are good enough, that you are worthy of love and success. You can choose to believe that you are capable of creating a life of joy, of abundance, of fulfillment. The Fool is saying, yeah, all of that is a construct anyway. Why are you choosing that story? You can literally pick any story you want. And the Strength card here is so important because it gives you the courage to actually do that. The Strength card reminds you that you have the inner fortitude to face your fears, to overcome your challenges, and to create the life that you desire. It reminds you that you are stronger